Thank you all. I'll be starting this evening's meeting with the standard introduction. So this is a regular meeting of the City of Milton Planning Commission. I'm Ron Gilbert, the Vice Chair. Oh, sure. This is a 7-member commission appointed by the City of Milton Mayor and City Council, created for the purpose of holding public hearings and making recommendations on rezoning, use permits, concurrent variance applications, comprehensive land use plan and plan map, and other related plans and amendments to the zoning ordinance. I'd like to introduce the members of the commission, Fred Edwards, Judy Birds, Sumit Shah, and Laura Wison. The petitions will be heard in the sequence listed in the posted agenda. I would like to acquaint you with some of the rules and procedures for conducting this meeting. The applicant and all those speaking in support of an application will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present the petition. The applicant may choose to save some of the time for rebuttal following the presentation by the opposition. The opposition will be allowed a total of 10 minutes to present its position. If time remains, the opposition will be allowed to rebut. Since the burden of proof is upon the applicant will be allowed to make closing remarks, provided the time remain within the allotted time. The staff of the Community Development Department will be keeping track of time and inform you periodically of the remaining time for your presentation. Each speaker must fill out a speaker card before speaking and leave it with a staff member of the Community Development Department. All speakers will identify themselves by name, address, and organization, if applicable, before beginning their presentation. When an opponent of a rezoning action has made within 2 years immediately preceding the filing of the rezoning action being opposed, campaign contributions aggregating $250 or more to a local government official, which will consider the application, it shall be the duty of the opponent to file a disclosure with the governing authority of the respective local government at least 5 days prior to the Planning Commission meeting. A violation of relevant state statute constitutes a misdemeanor. Therefore, if you have contributed $250 or more to a council member and you have not filed a disclosure prior to the Planning Commission meeting, the city attorney strongly suggests that you have someone else speak for your point of view. Each application has been properly filed with the Department of Community Development. Signs have been posted on each site as required, and advertised, and notices have been mailed to the property owners affected by any of these issues. The Planning Commission's recommendations will be forwarded to the City of Milton Mayor and City Council for final disposition in approximately 5 weeks on the first Monday of each month at 6 p.m. in council chambers. The Community Development Department has reviewed each application in conjunction with various agencies and departments, both internal and external to the city. Staff's recommendations, findings, and conclusions are here before us in written form, which has been made available to all petitioners, to the public. Demonstrations of any sort within the chamber are prohibited. So please refrain from any applause or outbursts or dialogue with the person speaking. Please turn off your cell phones or place them on silent. All remarks being addressed by the Planning Commission, all remarks will be addressed by the Planning Commission. Please show the same respect to the person speaking that you expect to receive yourself. In addition, the applicant shall not submit material to the Planning Commission during the meeting unless requested to do so by the Commission. All material that you wish to be reviewed by the Commission in consideration of your application should be submitted to the staff of the Community Development Department to be included in the normal distribution of packages to the Commission. Finally, to the applicant, if your petition is deferred in accordance with the Milton zoning ordinance, you are required to update to update or obtain a new sign for reposting. There are no exceptions to this. I guess we go for public comment initially, right?
Yeah, we do not have any general public comment.
All right.
Wait. Yeah, actually we do.
General public comment?
No, it's for the item.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then,
Mr. Vice Chairman, I'd like to propose that we update the agenda to include, after the approval of the action minutes, time for community development staff to brief us on the implementation plan for the Comprehensive Plan 2040.
do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? It's unanimous. Let's move on to the action minutes, Robin.
I'm sorry, what?
I
didn't
said
hear you.
we should move on to the action minutes now.
Yes. Mhm.
Move to approve the action minutes as submitted.
I'll second.
Second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? It was unanimous, and Laura was the seconder on that. Okay. And now we're on to the comprehensive plan.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jacqueline, Planner 1, Community Development. Tonight, I'm presenting to you for the first time the Comprehensive Plan Status Report, which is an update to our short-term work program. Just a recap, 2 months ago, we did present our approach to the project management plan, but at that time, we only presented it at a project level and not from a program level standpoint. So we met with 2 planning commissioners, Mr. Ron Gilbert and Ms. Judy Birds, who assist us and help us with coming up with a plan, clarify expectations, and come up with a plan on how to present it to the Planning Commission clearly. So thank you so much for your guidance on that. Moving forward, you'll receive 2 types of documents, which I already put on your table. The first is the execution plan, which will list all current and active projects. And the second is the completed projects. These documents will be included in your packet. In addition, you will also be receiving the work plan for each project listed on the execution plan. So I want to go over the execution plan and explain a few columns. So the project, the first column on the left is the project status. As you can see, you have different colors. We use color coding to indicate the status of the project. Green indicates the project is ongoing. Yellow may be assigned to a project that is slowing down. Red for projects that completely stop, maybe for a few months or until further notice, perhaps due to a change of project lead or a project that is dependent on the completion of another project. And then lastly, blue indicates a project that is completed. The next 2 columns, which is the project plan, project ID, and strategic plan project ID, this tells you that the project in the comp plan overlaps with the strategic plan. So by looking at the list, you can tell that pursue larger lot zoning categories is also a strategic plan. But please note that this is the same project led by the same staff. And of course, the start and end date is also the same. And then the succeeding columns, which is the project lead, start date, end date, revised end date, and the work plan. And then, of course, the status or the comments of each of this project. Second report that I want to present to you is completed projects. The template is similar to the execution plan, but these spreadsheet list projects that were already completed. And then our next steps for the project management plan is that project lead will provide a work plan that includes project scope statement, communication plan, risk matrix, risk mitigation plan, timelines, or project schedule. So I have placed 2 examples one for the UDC project, and the other one is for the AG1 zone increase lot widths from 100 to 150 feet. And then also, maybe next month or so, we can do a report of project milestones. So take this with you, just a little homework, review the plans, the scope statement, communication plan, and all of that, and email me with feedback, suggestions, and we'll look into it. Are there any questions?
So Jackie, a couple questions. And I do want to spend some more time looking at a real example.
Yes.
And thank you for pulling this together so quickly and making it clearer and easier to understand than 114 lines on a Excel spreadsheet. Question on the legend. Does red mean stop, meaning we're abandoning the project?
No.
Or does it mean hold /
We're
stop?
gonna hold it because, yeah.
Okay,
Because
so
sometimes, there will be change of staff, a project lead might leave.
So
and
we
then-
might, because my first reaction is, oh, we're not going to do that. So maybe you
Okay.
might want to relabel that hold. The other thing that I think would be helpful for me and others on the Planning Commission is if we could add a flag to indicate if this particular initiative will require us to revise the code, because we know that can be time consuming. You have to have a CCIM. We need to review it. Sometimes we have to review it twice.
Okay.
The city council has to approve. So if there was some kind of flag that this would
require change in
involve, like,
ordinance.
yeah, this
Okay.
is likely to involve code revisions. That'll also give us a little insight into work we might anticipate.
Okay, like one example would probably implement restrictions to flag lots. Maybe that would require text amendments or something like that. Okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of them will.
A lot of it, yeah.
Yeah, in other words, we can be prepared to be busy.
Okay.
And the other, I just real quickly looking at it from a definitional standpoint, if you look on the page on completed projects,
Okay.
the second line, T4, to me, until that committee meets, has been staffed and meets, it's not done. So that's still proceeding. I wouldn't see that as completed until it's staffed and they've had their first meeting. You know, declaring it so does not make it so, because it's not staffed yet.
So once the mayor and the council appointed members of the committee, we can indicate this as a completed
I'd
project.
actually then go to the first meeting, because I
First
know of
meeting. Okay.
luckily not this jurisdiction, but others that appoint people and then they never meet.
Okay. All right.
Luckily not here, but yeah. So I would say once they've convened their first meeting, elected to chair, then
then-
they're,
yeah.
then they're on their way. We can
I can move
consider
this
them
back
launched.
to the execution plan.
Great.
Okay.
And I think I like the summary, and then I like that we have the backup for the detail, and
Details.
every once in a while we can deep dive into
Yeah.
that.
The idea is to give you an idea what this project entails, what is it about? Because if you're looking at study CUP limitation, nobody knows what it's about. So with the backup documentation, that provides more of a clarity.
Well, Jackie, oh, go ahead.
One other comment / question. It might be helpful, I don't see it on here, maybe I'm just not looking in the right place, but on the execution plan, it would be helpful to know what the prioritization was from the comp plan. Like, where did that get prioritized, ranking? Like, was
Okay.
it priority 1, 5, whatever?
As outlined in the short-term work program provided by the CPAC?
Yeah,
Is
just
that
to
what-
go back to the comp plan, because there were buckets of what what residents felt were
Priorities.
priorities. So where are those?
Okay. Add that.
And then just to piggyback on your point, on Judy's point about the forthcoming potential text amendment. So is that a part of your plans for each of these projects where obviously the research is done, but then a part of your research, if, is to go ahead and start working on preparing
Yes.
something like that? Okay.
So it's going to be part of the work plan that I'm still collecting from the team leader. It will outline the different phases of the program. So like, for instance, the UDC, there is a section where it requires various stakeholders to look at. Planning Commission is one, CZIM. When it gets to the adoption cycle, we do require all those steps.
So can I just interject? We have kind of, so there's different projects like the 150-foot lot width or flag lots, different items that do impact the zoning ordinance directly, but it also is going to be impacting the UDC. And at some point, we have to kind of stop because Caleb can't integrate things while it's going on with the UDC. So there's two ways we could do it. Or one way I see it is if there's a bunch of topics, let's say they get resolved by August or September, October, whatever. And then we integrate it into the adoption of some items. Some items are kind of more emergency, but then there's going to be other items that may just be folded into the adoption of the UDC. I mean, we're trying to keep the UDC more as an organizational document, but we're still trying to keep everything in line and being able to integrate it. I think there are higher priority projects that's probably going to get adopted before we get to adopting the UDC, but then there's probably lower hanging or lower priority that I would rather it be pulled into the UDC and adopted at the same time, if that makes sense, because it's hard to keep up with all these changes to the zoning ordinance and in some way to the subdivision, not as much, to be able to codify everything and catch everything into the UDC. So I think so we'll be able to delineate, well, what are the emergency fast track stuff that we really want to get done. And then there's going to be other items that's probably going to be just incorporated into the adoption of the UDC. But you would also have I foresee you being able to look at it and discuss it. It's just not going to be something that's just going to be thrown into it, but it'll be analyzed and talked about. But the actual adoption of those regulations would be at the same time as the UDC. Does that make sense?
Perhaps then that flag that would state that code revisions are needed could evolve over time to say, have a code, like it's S for standalone, it's UDC.
Correct.
If we want to fold it into the UDC, so we can see it's coming,
Right.
but this is one we want to handle standalone. And at first, just to flag it would be good. And then you can kind of say, yeah, this makes sense to do standalone, this makes sense to do UDC, and then you can refine that
I
flag.
agree. Totally. Yeah.
So following up on that, then in terms of the timeline, so when you have the end date, does that end date incorporate, where does that incorporate, our body and anybody else to review, let's just say a text amendment?
That would be included
That's included
That's
in
included.
the end date, right?
in the end date.
The end date would be, okay.
The adoption.
The
the
adoption.
of it all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's why the UDC is so far out, is because we're contemplating that to be the goal date of the final adoption of it, not just the discussion of it, but the final product. So.
Okay.
Other questions for Jackie? Jackie, during your presentation, you invited us to come to review the material and then come back to you over the course of the next month. I'd like to suggest that you're inviting people to piecemeal you and give you a lot of comments that may or may not be consistent. And I was going to suggest that Judy and I could be if you'd like to do this, Judy, we could be the clearinghouse for comments for Planning Commission, and then we could come back to you and engage in a more targeted conversation.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. Yeah.
Okay, is that,
Yeah.
Judy, are you good with that? Okay, great.
Yep.
Didn't want to volunteer you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay. So the next item is RZ 22-03, a text amendment to Chapter 64 zoning as it relates to alcohol. And I would ask the Vice Chair, how do you want this? Would you like to hear from, we have 3 public comments, or do you want me to do the presentation first?
Is your presentation different from the one that was sent out with the package?
So I do have a PowerPoint. I would try, I mean, it basically has the same information. I just kind of wanted to do an overall view of it in a PowerPoint. So,
Okay, so that won't take I don't think that will take a long time to go through.
right, it'll take about 10, 15 minutes.
Yeah, let's do that. And then
Okay.
we'll, to the extent there's any comment from the public,
Okay.
we can go
Okay,
to them
sounds
at that
good.
point.
So first of all, I just want to do a quick recap of where we've come from in the last few months, actually like 6 months almost. Back in December 2021, there was a joint work session with the Planning Commission and City Council. And we agreed, or you all agreed to wanting to create use permits for various alcohol uses, not the current warrants for some of the items such as a package store, liquor package store, breweries, et cetera. So then on February 14th, Bernadette went back to the mayor and city council work session and discussed which direction we were going with alcohol with the use permits. And so there was a blessing from the mayor and city council to proceed. So we kicked off the process with the CZIM on March 22nd, and we received input from the public at that meeting. And then last month on April 27th, staff presented the proposed text amendment, and through much discussion and deliberation and input as well from the public, it was deferred to tonight's meeting. And in the meantime, on May 16th, the mayor and city council approved an emergency moratorium on various alcohol licenses to allow additional time to work on Chapter 64. And then a regular moratorium will be before council on June 20th to extend it till October 4th. So I just want to give you all that information, that don't feel that you're rushed or that you're down on the timeline or whatever, but we don't necessarily want to go that long, but we were just allowing enough time to go through the process. So that was just kind of a recap of what's happened so far. These are the following changes that are being proposed. This comes right out of my memo. We've had edits to definitions in 64 and Crabapple and Deerfield form-based code. I've tried my best to make the definitions consistent between those various sections. So if there's something that comes up you saw, please let me know. We added bars and nightclubs to section 64-395, quote unquote, uses prohibited in all zoning districts. It's just a one-pager, very short. I don't think we really even looked at it last time, but it's very straightforward. In the rural Milton overlay district use chart, the idea of that overall was deleting the asterisk that allowed alcohol for various uses. And I made that note that if you accept those changes, it's much more easier to understand what that means and how it was changed on the table. Within the form-based codes, the use charts have been amended to reflect what is allowed by right or by use permit in each transect zone. Again, I did my best. If you see there's inconsistency, please let me know. But an area that we didn't really get into the last time it was the creation of the new use permits for the following: for brew pubs, general retail with consumption on premises, off-premises distilled spirits retailer or store, restaurant limited food service, microbreweries, microdistilleries, breweries, distilleries, And then finally, off-premises retail beer or wine with consumption on premises. So that's just an overall view of the use permits that we're going to be discussing tonight. Another item that came up, or suggestion from you all, was to look at the comprehensive plan that was just adopted. So I just want to walk through that a little bit. The comprehensive plan utilizes the form-based codes as the plan within Deerfield and Crabapple. Within the form-based code, there is specific function and use. So I have the table to the right, a screenshot of what that looks like. And that table dictates where certain uses are permitted to be located. So it's a little different, like basically our 2040 future plan is the form-based code, okay? So here is the map that is one and the same as I just mentioned. It's the future is what the zoning is recommending. Or not recommending, but what it is. So that's for Deerfield and for Crabapple. So again, here's the maps of the areas. So I just want to reiterate, so just to make sure that it's understood that each transect zone has this use table. And so these are the uses that are permitted within each transect zone. And that's what we go by for the future land use. So for example, we're inserting these new use permits in red that we'll discuss in more detail later, but that's just the example of how that works. So traditional zoning, which is up at Birmingham Crossroads, we do have a future land use map, and this is what it is. You see a lot of purple in the crossroads. And if we look to the left, it says, what is that? It's recommending mixed use living working, MLW. I'm like, okay, well, what does that mean? Well, in the comp plan, it calls out what that is. It says this designation allows a balanced mix of uses to create a living, working environment at a scale and character that is compatible with its surrounding community. These activity centers should be compact, pedestrian-oriented with a mix of office, retail, and residential uses and incorporate open space. Density is defined by the specific zoning conditions or overlay district. So unlike the form-based code where it gives a specific density and uses, this is very more in general what is recommending for it. So this is the 2040 future map. So now we go to what the actual current zoning map is. So in pink is C1, community business, and then mixed use is MIX. And so in your chapter 64, and I meant to add this into this slide, but you can see what the different uses are permitted under C1 or MIX. And so it's really, we're pretty much already all zoned in that area. But I just wanted to show you that we don't really speak to a specific use in the comprehensive plan, but it's just these generalities with uses, especially with Birmingham Crossroads. And another area that we tend to forget a little bit, there's an area of Arnold Mill that's already zoned C1. This pink here, well, this is, yeah, the current zoning map is here. And this is R2A, which is just another type of residential with minimum 1 acre lots in the zoning conditions. And then we have this strip here, and then this is a existing business that's been there since the 80s. A really nice family lives there or works out of that property. So, but if you go to the future land use, I should have gone there first, it says retail and service. So the red kind of corresponds with the pink, which is the current zoning of C1. And then down here, this existing use of commercial off of Lackey at the corner of Lackey and Arnold Mill. And here in the comprehensive plan, it says retail and service, these uses may be located in a single building or as part of a shopping center. So very general. And then you just look at the C1 zoning district in this case, because that's what it's zoned, what is permitted. or if there's conditions of zoning, like there are conditions of zoning for this piece here, and then there's conditions of zoning for this area here. Now, this strip here is pretty non-usable. I mean, it's about 50 feet in depth or so. So reality is that's probably never going to be developed as anything, but we still have to show it on the map. So again, the comprehensive plan isn't calling out for specific uses. In this case, it's just calling out the types of uses. So I want to look at the land use policies. It says we will encourage development of a balanced network of commercial activity centers that are vibrant areas of the community, which 1, improve overall attractiveness and local quality of life, 2, meet the service needs of our citizens, and 3, avoid unattractive and inefficient sprawling strip development. There was another section of the code that talks about commercial nodes, local businesses with support from the community and city, designated areas for commercial development. So that's a perfect example of the Birmingham Crossroads. It's a node. Same thing with here in Crabapple. It's just a bigger node where that's the type of development we want to have. And then encourage development of a balanced network of commercial activity centers that are vibrant areas of the community. And then another question was about economic development objectives. So I'm not going to read all this out, but it's just taken straight from the comprehensive plan as it speaks to economic development objectives. Again, very general. It doesn't speak to exact uses, but talks about the different objectives that are included when it deals with economic development for the plan. So another question that came up was, what do other jurisdictions do? So I looked at the city of Alpharetta. Basically, all of their uses requires a 50-50 for all alcohol licensing, except for specialty gift shop, which is typically within hotels. They don't have anything abnormal than what is required by 50-50. I do believe they do also have the breweries and breweries, microbreweries as well. But aside from that, it's pretty straightforward. The city of Roswell allows craft beer and wine market. So this was the primary sales, 70% or more of craft beers and wine, maybe for consumption on premises and or package. So this is a use that had been permitted, but we're deleting that use altogether, this craft beer and wine market. So as we go through the definitions, you'll see we struck through that definition, and we're striking through it in the tables as well for form-based code. So with that said, we have, I created this cheat sheet. Hopefully it made it a little bit more clear about how, where things are going to be allowed. So first of all, and I've combined everything between form-based code and the traditional zonings.
Robin,
oh,
could I
go ahead.
ask a question?
Sure.
I should know this, but when we look at a definition, and let's say restaurant, full service, we agree, way it's written or whatever. What is the applicant for that restaurant go through to get the alcohol permit? Is it separated from this, so they have a separate application for alcohol or beer, wine, and serving?
Correct. So they go to the finance department and they fill out an application for the alcohol. And they
Okay.
can choose what they want to serve. So a
Okay.
restaurant doesn't necessarily have to serve liquor. They could just
No,
choose
no.
to do beer and wine. So it's kind of like they do the application and there's a checklist of which types of alcohol licenses they're requesting.
Okay,
So it could be beer, wine, or with liquor. That's pretty much it. Or, they can also do catering license. Some of our restaurants have a catering license component. So that just adds up. And then for the fees, depending on what they want to do. And then that application is processed. And we also work with the finance department to make sure that they meet the ratio as far as some,
Right.
and I'm not going to get into all
No,
the,
no,
the
that's-
dirty details of everyone, but sometimes there's requirements for areas for serving, having chairs and service for a restaurant. So over in ComDev, we have our fancy stuff that we can calculate that for the finance department and says, okay, it meets the regulations for, let's say, 40% has to be sit down area. And so we say that meets it. And then they take care of all the other stuff. And then it gets put onto the agenda for the mayor and city council once, but they also have to advertise it and
Right.
put up a sign.
Okay. Is the final approval? The city council?
So for a full service restaurant, because it's by right, yes, it's just by right from a zoning perspective, but for the alcohol.
Right. They can have a license.
Well, by right, they can
Right,
do
you're
the
saying-
use, they can do the use of a full service, but once they ask for alcohol, then they have to meet certain restrictions.
Okay.
And then that's what the finance department does, is they review the application to make sure they meet all those regulations, and they have to get, fingerprinting and background check and blah, blah, blah.
Going with it.
Right.
Because my past days, in that state, the state controlled every bit of that. Each actual county had a number that they would allow to have it. But it was a very strong check and balance. If they've been to jail, all this type of thing. And my concern here is, are we comfortable with when someone comes in and we grant based on definition, that's okay, you can have alcohol, and they fill out an application. And then council says, okay, you got it, you're approved.
So that would only be for that full service restaurant that's by rights, okay, at
Okay,
this point in
so
time.
by right means,
From a zoning perspective,
well, zoning's another question. In this application, can it be anywhere? In other words, a church could be next door,
right, so that's something,
and over
Right.
here, next to the one we already have.
so there's regulations in chapter 4 about distances.
Okay,
And then they have to meet those distances, and many times they have to do a survey. So finance department brings it over to me,
Been
and
there.
I look at it to make sure it meets, the qualifications for distance, and I sign off on it if it's by right. So let's say if it was, so now we're proposing that retail, a distilled spirits retailer would need to have a use permit in some circumstances, okay? And so before it even gets to finance, they have to come to us, and they'll have to apply for the use permit, and if this goes through, they will be required to do a full 4 to 5 month process to ask for a use permit for that use. And then not until they get that from zoning can they proceed with the alcohol side to apply for all their license.
so we are the judge. In other words, no one else involved in the permitting actually of an alcohol permit.
Well, I mean, the city is, and then after they get the approval from the city, they actually have to go to the state to get an approval. as well.
Now, that's where I wanted to get.
Yeah, so
We say it's okay, but they still have to have a state license,
correct,
correct?
yes.
Fine.
Yeah.
Because I thought that wasn't happening in the past.
Oh, no, it's always happened. It's just not something that we talk about a lot from the zoning perspective
Yeah,
of
but it's
what.
key, because what my
Right.
worry was,
Yeah.
who are we gonna have running around here enforcing, making sure the 18-year-olds aren't drinking and all that? We'd have to have 150 people checking on whatever we approve on all these breweries and all this. So
Yeah.
the state still has the overseeing of saying, hey, yeah, you passed the definition. You can have the alcohol, but your character and all this, we're not granting you a license.
I mean, my understanding is that usually if the city approves it, the state is going to approve it. It's just going through a final process, so.
Okay.
Does the state monitor anything? Do they take an active role in monitoring?
I can't really speak to that. I don't know exactly what their role is from the
Okay.
state, so.
They make sure they collect their
Yeah, I'm
taxes.
just, yeah.
That's an important thing.
I mean, aside from
Absolutely.
collecting their money, but.
Yeah.
A question that, rather, Fred raised a question with regard to the application process. And when an application is submitted, do we check the information that's on there? What sort of a process do we go through?
So I can't speak to on the finance side that handles all the nitty gritty of everything with the alcohol. I can only speak to the planning and zoning or the zoning portion of it.
Okay.
So,
So back to Fred's question about someone having a shady background, presumably would our process weed those people out?
I would assume because they have to be fingerprinted, they have to have a background check. So I don't know all the details of exactly,
So
you
we,
know.
we do commission an independent background check?
I'm sorry,
You
what?
say we do commission an independent background check?
Yeah, they do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
I'm-
part of
I'm-
the application.
Yeah. My concern was that the state does have that final. I hadn't realized till this time we started studying.
I mean,
this.
even
Hey,
when we,
state involved in this because of the restrictions that I lived with for 4 years and we're very, very strict. They checked all the time. Are they, like you say, the tax amount, paying it? Are they serving illegals?
right.
That type. So, but the state does have the final decision on that.
Yep, yep. So any other questions on that general overview? Okay, so we'll start getting into the nitty gritty here. So like I said, tried to make this a little bit easier to understand where everything is proposed to go as far as use and where it's permitted. So if we look at the full service restaurant, that's a use that's would be allowed by right in MIX, C1, C2, in T4, open in Crabapple and Deerfield, T5, Crabapple, Deerfield, and T6 just in Deerfield. We don't have any T6 here in Crabapple. Then the restaurant limited food service is by use permit all the way through. And we'll get to the definitions. I just wanted to talk about what is allowed where. General retail with consumption on premises, again, use permit for every single zoning district. Off-premises beer or wine retailer or store, so that's just your basic beer and wine sales, retail. So that's by right within MIX, C1, C2, T4 open, T5, T6. So that's your typical retail store. Off-premises distilled spirits retailer store. So NP is not permitted in MIX or C1. It is allowed by right in C2, and you're like, okay,
Why?
well, that's how it stands now, but let me just let you know that there's absolutely zero
C2.
land or
Right.
property zone C2 in the city at this point. So once we adopted the form-based codes, it took over any C2 that existed. So at Birmingham Crossroads, we have C1 and we have MIX. There's absolutely no C2 there. Along Arnold Mill, there's no C2. So, you know, this is something we could say, we don't want it permitted. That's something we can look at as we go through the zoning district. So I'm just telling you, if somebody wanted to do it, they would have to rezone from C1 to C2 or MIX to C2. So just for your information.
So, Robin, so how did we get with this proposed, how did we get here? How did we come up with these? Just out of curiosity.
The list of different uses?
Yes.
So I think a lot of it came out of, so about 2 years ago, there were a lot of uses that were added, like the craft beer and wine market. There are other things that we've crossed out. So there's some items that's just like, that's just too, the city council made it known that let's not do those anymore or allow them to be done. Then we came down to these other uses that many of them were required by warrant in form-based code. So by warrant, they would have to apply for it. So let me give you an example. The newly opened Savvy Provisions was considered, it had to be a warrant because it was off-premises retail beer or wine with consumption on premises. So that use had been by warrant previously. And so what happened is they had to submit paperwork to show the reasons why they wanted to have that use. And then we reviewed it, and then we added conditions to it. But we also brought it to the mayor and city council, not just for a blessing from them, if they felt like that was appropriate or not. That's not what the code says, but Bob felt like we needed to get their general input. So then they were issued approval of a warrant with some conditions. We were able to put some conditions on it, and that's how they got it. So now, through the work sessions and different discussions Bernadette has had with mayor and city council, they directed Bernadette and us to convert many of those uses that were by warrant into a use permit, which means a full-fledged public hearing process, 4 to 5 months, that goes to CZIM, to you guys, to the mayor and city council, et cetera.
Okay, so I guess my follow-on question to that would be, what was the process that was used to say, okay, in T4 or C1, we're going to allow this to be there, or microbrewery to be there? What was that process? What were the inputs, and how was that determined?
So I think with C1, that's a general retail type use. Same thing with MIX. The T4 open typically is a mixed use with some residential components sometimes, but it's primarily commercial office type uses. T4 is where we sit here, as well as this backside of all the businesses that go down Heritage Walk. It is some of like where Vintage Pizza is so it's typically this commercial, walkable, mixed use type use. So that's what we felt like could be appropriate for these type uses. So then it just gets more intense where you have T5, and that's more density. And then obviously in Deerfield, you have some T6 as well.
Okay.
I know publicly it's a little sore subject, but we do have a nightclub.
That's not what it's, what I think what you're referring to. It's not,
We have a
it's not
bar,
licensed
too.
as that. It's licensed
Well,
as something else. So,
understand.
And we have a bar.
well,
Can
that's
be
not
both.
something that we're
Both.
here to discuss. I mean, we can discuss that we want to
Well-
eliminate what they are permitted under. That's fine, because it is at, I believe, 70%, and we can get into that. But we're not here to discuss what the existing use is. We're here to discuss what the future is. And if that is the recommendation of the council, of the mayor and, planning commission, then we can make that note and forward it on.
Well, actually, though, the questions I asked you were for a reason. And the reason I'm getting ready to talk about here. And just throwing these out there and deciding because of certain, zones is a process. But to me, what we're missing, we haven't really modeled what's the revenue opportunity here from a tax revenue, but what's the cost to allow this in a specific area? What about enforcement? It costs us money to do that. I don't see, we're not looking at any of that. And some of these uses are fairly significant, when you start looking at everything. So the concern I have is we haven't really modeled a cost-benefit analysis on any of these options and how they would impact the city and specific areas, area A versus area B. And if it's going to cost more for us, as a city and the residents and the taxpayers to allow that capability, and we don't get enough revenue out of it, I got to ask the question, why are we even allowing that? That's not really a great use of the citizen and taxpayer dollars. So I'm, here to represent the citizens, and I am one. And, I start looking at some of these and, I have a lot of questions as to, they sound great. I love some of these things too, but enforcement is a problem. I mean, and this is what Fred and I are talking about. We're not enforcing what we currently have, because whether we sit here and say we don't have it, we do have it. We're not enforcing. And what's the cost to enforce that if we do any of this? I don't have the answer, but I think we got to have some sort of answer.
I have, as I said, those points that you made will come up as we go through the definitions, certainly, any of those.
Robin, you started to clarify that T4 open was mixed office, so
Mixed use, yeah.
mixed use
Yeah.
/office.
It could be retail, office,
Which of
residential.
these zonings are manufacturing light industrial?
So in the form-based code, we allow certain limited manufacturing. And so that's why as we go through, if you look at the form-based code table, they're divided into different general uses. And there's a part that talks about manufacturing. And so it kind of is under a subset of manufacturing type uses. And if you look at those uses, you can see the more intense ones are not permitted at all. But because of the type of use a brewery or distillery is, it's considered manufacturing. So it's permitted, we're proposing to permit it under T4 open and T5 by use permit in Crabapple, and then in T6 as well over in Deerfield. And then as far as the traditional zoning, we would have an M1, but we're not proposing to allow it in M1 as far as, there are different manufacturing zoning districts, I'm just saying, in the traditional zoning. But right now, we have no M1.
Right, but on the form-based codes, manufacturing is allowed in T4.
T4 open,
Open.
I'd have to get it to look at it to tell you exactly. So let's see,
I got it.
have it on the. Yeah, it's coming up, yeah. Okay. Okay, so here we have crabapple. So you see there's like residential and then all the different residentially related uses, lodging, office, retail. So a lot of the use permits that we're going to talk about comes under retail. And then you come down to there's civic. Then all the way down here is in other industrial. So you see heavy industrial facility not allowed, light industrial facility we have by warrant.
And what's the column heading there?
That's going to be T5 in crabapple. That's T5. So then here under manufacturing, we have proposed the use permit for micro distilleries, micro breweries as use permit in T4 open T5, breweries and distilleries T4 open T5, and brew pubs T4 open T5. So
Yeah.
those are the industrial type uses that are permitted in the various transect zones.
Not-
We really, for the major brewery, we wouldn't classify that as manufacturing.
Well, it is. I mean, it is. So it's a manufacturing type use under the industrial.
But it would fall under a different location.
What do you mean a different location?
Manufacturing is allowed in
T5.
T5.
Right. And so
T6 and
microbreweries and distilleries and breweries and all that used to be just under
That's
manufacturing.
okay.
So we
Well-
wanted to make it more specific. So that's why we called it out underneath manufacturing
Okay.
to have its own.
As breweries and
Right, yeah.
distilleries.
And why I was asking the question, and I'm probably getting ahead of myself because we haven't had public comment yet, is I would argue microbreweries at 15,000 square feet are a little bit more retail in concept. You go, you
Right.
make it. However, we have no limit on the size of a brewery. And if you're starting to talk over 15,000 square feet, they could be contracting for other breweries. To me, that sounds more industrial packaging and therefore does not fit in T4.
Yeah.
It should be the same. If you're starting to talk breweries and distilleries, which I think we should also cap as to how big they can be, but you're talking manufacturing and bottling plants and things like
Correct.
that,
Yeah.
which are more in line
Intensive,
with
yeah.
light industrial or manufacturing and
Right.
don't belong in T4.
And it could be something that if you guys want to recommend that you don't do full-blown breweries and distilleries, that might be a way to
At
deal
all,
with
yeah,
it as
yeah.
well. So,
Just an observation. We're getting a little deep right now.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
why I was
And
headed.
let's keep our questions up so that she can finish. And then when we turn the pages, then that's a good opportunity for us to get deeper. Robin?
okay, let's see. Let me get back to the slideshow. Current slide. Okay. So here we go again. Restaurant, limited food service with use permits, general retail with consumption on premises, use permits all the way through, off premises beer and wine retailer. Again, we spoke about that, just a retail package store of wine and beers by rights. Off premises distilled spirits retailer store not permitted in MIX or C1 and by right in C2, and use permit in the form-based codes of T4 open, T5, T6. And then off-premises retail beer or wine with consumption on premises, use permits, microbreweries, micro distilleries. I think I have a little bit inconsistency of what's in the use permit. I think a lot of it had to do with, here it says not permitted, but in the use permit, I do indicate it could be allowed, but you'd also have to have sanitary sewer, which the areas that we have C1 or MIX, there's no sanitary sewer. So we can deal with that if we want to just take it out altogether from a use standpoint versus having that as a requirement of the use permit, if that makes sense. So breweries and distilleries, not permitted, same thing. And then use permits required in the form-based code. And then brew pub, here it is, the one requires sanitary sewer. If you wanted to do it in the MIX C1 or C2. Use permit for the other form-based codes, and then called out bar, nightclub not permitted in all the zoning districts. So that's just an overview of that. So here at brew pubs, this is the first use permit. Required district C1, C2, MIX, Deerfield form-based code. I already went through all that. Standards must qualify as an eating establishment. So basically it would be a 50-50 restaurant, but have a component of manufacturing beer. No outdoor amplified music shall be allowed. No signage shall face residential uses. No video games or games of chance shall be allowed. No sale of tobacco products, vaping products, CBD products, and lottery products shall be allowed. Delivery shall occur between 7:30 a.m. and 7:30 p.m. This is the same thing as trash collection. And then the days of operation shall be the following. And this comes out of the regulations of a 50-50 restaurant. Obviously, when it comes to a use permit, you could, or the council could condition it to not be so late. So this is just the standard of the alcohol regulation. And then shall be served by public sanitary sewer system, which Commissioner Birds had talked about the last time of needing that for a brew pub. So that's that one. Any questions or issues? Okay. General retail with consumption on premises. So this is, trying to think. So again, required district, C1, C2, MIX, Deerfield, same thing, Crabapple, T4, Open, T5. Very similar, the same requirements, except for days and hours of operation shall be the following: Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. And then primary purpose of the business must be the sale of merchandise, food, or non-alcoholic beverages to consumers. No sale of distilled spirits for consumption on or off premises shall be allowed.
Question, the lack of a Sunday time hours on this and the following, was that intentional?
So
And-
yes, so what happens is that and able to serve on Sundays, you have to be you have to get a license as though you are, basically the only people who can serve on Sunday is a full service restaurant. So if they can't meet being a
Serve.
full service restaurant, they can't serve on Sunday. And let me just double check on something. Retail. So, general retail with consumption on premises, I made a note that an example of that is Savvy Provisions and New York Butcher Shop, just to give you perspective of what that is.
Or for example, your local Publix.
The local Publix, you mean?
They don't-
Public.
I mean, I think that they just have retail package, the retail wine and beer. They get a license to do, just like the corner gas station.
My problem with this whole category, it's way too broad.
Mm-hmm.
And that's fine.
But I had figured out in 2 days,
Let's,
one should and which one should. And I'll take it to my past, would be a CVS drugstore or an independent decides to turn his soda fountain into a nice, while you're waiting on your prescriptions, you can have a glass of wine. Now, state of Indiana, drugstores are allowed to carry packaged
Yeah.
liquor. But in the state of Georgia, that's not allowed. So drugstores don't have that conflict. But now I know that sounds like a stretch, but I'm trying to make my point that drugstore could do it. We opened ourselves to someone who says, you know, business isn't too good. We don't have some customers, a lot of customers. What if we decided to serve wine or beer when they come in?
I mean, on this, general retail with consumption on premises means a business that qualifies under general retail that derives 60% or more of its total annual gross revenue from the sale of merchandise, food, or non-alcoholic beverages to consumers and wishes to allow consumption of beer or wine on premise and complies with Chapter 4. So they, I
That'd be
mean,
easy to that's challenge.
Yeah.
challenged and what?
Go ahead and for the other 40 and have the pouring. Serve beer and wine.
So you all aren't,
You have to take that, or it'd have to be 90%. Or they could,
so if it, I think that was something that we were discussing at one point was if you wanted to be more than 60%, I mean, that's what the alcohol, that's what Chapter 4 requires. But from a zoning perspective, if you wanted it to be a higher percentage, you know, you could propose to do that, or if you don't want this use at all.
well,
I mean, any of those things.
well, you're just pointing out what for the last 2 days I've tried to figure out which is the best. But I think that we owe it, I think, to the community to not just have every time somebody be in trouble decide to serve beer and wine, general retailer, not being in, quote, the restaurant or the bar business or whatever.
Okay.
Okay,
You know,
yeah,
maybe
can we?
I mean,
can we-
I'm
Off basic.
totally
Can we
fine
put that
with
in the
whatever you
parking
guys
lot for a
say.
minute? Can we put that in the parking lot, Fred? I'd like you to get through your presentation.
Okay.
So that we can then
Okay.
start, so
Okay.
so that we can start going through
Then
the
we can
definitions
talk
and have
about
that
it when it
conversation.
comes up, for sure.
Okay.
Let's just
All right.
let her get.
Okay.
Okay.
Can we make sure
So
we
this
get
is the next one,
Like,
1849,
give me the
off-premises
example
distilled
of
spirits
the other-
retailer. So this is a traditional liquor package
I
store.
think
That's
she
just
should have
AKA
example.
liquor package store. So this has the same regulations or requirements.
That's what's confusing
The
me.
last one, the days and hours of operation and E
Yeah.
are per the alcohol ordinance in Chapter 4. So again, if it was something that came before you and you wanted to recommend more stricter hours, you could possibly do that. So this is restaurant limited food service. And let me get to my restaurants PQR. So this means any establishment that meets all of the requirements of a restaurant but does not meet the requirements of an eating establishment. A limited food service restaurant must derive at least 30% of its total annual gross food and beverage from the sale of prepared meals or food. So basically, this was the same type of license that Billy Allen's was granted. So my note was a little bit not quite right. It was grandfathered in, but shortly after that was approved, mayor and council changed the alcohol ordinance. So if a similar business came about, they would not have the same hours of operation. They changed that. So anyway, but in the ordinance, they allowed for that previous use to continue with the hours of operation. So anyway, but this is the current regulation of 9 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Saturday. And so like that use can't serve on Sunday because it's not a full 50/50 restaurant. They don't meet the qualifications of that. So that's what a restaurant limited food service is. Then again, this is all the breweries and the distilleries, same set of conditions, and then days of and hours of operation shall be the following: Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 10 p.m., and shall be served by public sanitary sewer system. And then off-premises retail beer or wine with consumption on premises is, let me look this. So this is a use that I believe I put in the notes, that we had one business that did this type of selling, and that is now out of business. So it's something that, you may choose not to allow that to continue. We don't have any businesses right now. We don't have anybody asking for it, and the only one had gone out of business. So basically, let me just, premises. So off premises means, this use permit means a business that qualifies under off-premise beer, wine, or retail store and wishes to allow the consumption of beer or wine on premises. And basically, we would like to get some guidance from you all about if you would recommend this to continue and in what capacity.
When we get to the definition, we'll do that.
Yeah.
So if you can
Yeah.
stay up as
Yep.
well as the
Yeah, and then
commission,
we'll just
please.
go through the definitions once we get back together
Right.
after public comment. Okay,
Okay.
okay.
And
And I
now
will-
it's time for public comment.
Yeah.
Do we have any public comment
We
tonight?
do. We have 3 public comment.
Great.
Okay.
We'll have public comment and then we'll come back and attack the definitions.
All right, I have a little PowerPoint to bring up. How exciting.
And while you're doing that, please state your name.
I will. My name
address.
is Mary Cronk, and my husband Greg and I live at 600 Hickory Mill Lane in Milton. Goody goody, here we go. All right, guys, hang with me for a minute. Okay. Before I start on this, I think it's important that you know that we are not advocating for prohibition in Milton, and we are not teetotalers. We enjoy a good meal, a great meal with nice wine, beer, or cocktails, and would like nothing better to have more places like that here in Milton. And we had the opportunity to view your Planning Commission meeting last month, and we are very, very pleased that you deferred because it is such an important issue and you have great questions. Tonight, we're actually going to do a tag team thing. I'm going to give a little more information. My husband Greg is going to tell about his experiences living in Atlanta for his whole life and how Atlanta has changed and things are moving out to Milton. And then Michelle is going to kind of wrap it all up and sum it up for us. And we're really going to be focusing on the 70-30 issue, as well as general retail with consumption on premises. Sometimes we hear that people feel Milton's missing out on business opportunities, that everything's going to Alpharetta, Roswell, and we start to think, well, maybe they're doing something different from what we're doing. Maybe their ordinances are different. Maybe we need to change what we have so we can become competitive. I think it would be very good for us to take a look at what they're doing, and we did see some of that in the chart that Robin had showed us. But I did want to show you just a little bit more. So this chart, I did this chart back in October when the original stuff came up about the moratorium. And we were looking to compare ourselves to the other cities, our neighboring cities. And what you'll see is in red is the ratio of alcohol to food or retail items for this particular item. And this is obviously not everything in the ordinance, okay? These are just some of the items that we're talking about tonight. If there's a blank, then that, whatever that item is, it is not permitted in the most current municipal code section for that city. All right, so first thing up here is a bar at 75-25, 75% alcohol, 25 food. And we see that is not permitted in any of our neighboring cities. We do know that along with nightclubs, they're not permitted either, but they are permitted in Atlanta. Next up, we have the eating establishments that are 50-50s. And those are our great restaurants that we have in Atlanta, Roswell, and here. Next down, you see general retail with consumption on premises. I looked at the code for our other cities, and unless it's somewhere else not written in consumption on-site ordinance, it could be someplace else. But from what I saw, in Milton, we're the only ones that have this, with a 40% alcohol to 60% retail or other things. So we're the only ones with that particular type of category. Now you look at your limited food service restaurants. That's your 70-30. And take a minute to think about 70-30. That is this close to a 75-25 bar. What's really important here, look at all the blanks. We're the only city of our neighbors who have that in their ordinances. But why is that so important? These other cities are successful, really successful with the 50-50 ratio. If we're thinking we're missing out on something, we're not. We're operating on the very same category ordinance eating establishments as they are. Why are we willing to risk what we have now for something that we don't know that much about and what that impact is going to be? So I'm very passionate about this. And let me also, I got another thing. And when I first saw this stuff, I was really surprised because I thought we were behind. We're not. Even a brew pub, like you see in Jekyll Brewing, downtown Alpharetta, you think, oh, they're a bar, they're a brewery. They're not. They're a 50-50. And so the next thing I started thinking about was maybe there are economic reasons why considering 70-30 and general retail would make sense for us. And some people think that they would help reduce the burden on the taxpayers. They're going to bring in money. It'd be a good economic thing to do. But we know that only 15% of the revenue that comes to our city is from businesses. What we don't know, how much of that 15% is actually related to alcohol. And to Laura's point, what would the expenses be? I think those are very important things for us to figure out before we move forward. We want to see what unforeseen consequences and what foreseen consequences would come from doing these things. Let me turn my page here. The next thing that I really want us to think about is, any of you recognize this little word art? So anybody who worked on the comp plan have seen this before. And this represents the vision that our residents and some of our business owners who work here want to see Milton in the future. And the big words are the ones that most people said. So quaint, peaceful, community, rural, open, and tranquil. And I think this helps us drive decisions that are made for the city. Are these types of establishments going to bring about peaceful and a quaint setting, rural, open, tranquil? I think tranquil and peaceful are two of the big things that I think about here. And these are things that you guys consider and council considers. So since our neighboring cities don't have any 70-30 establishments, we're the only one really now who do have that. We need to kind of look at the one that we have right now. We need to see that. We need to learn from that experience and see if we really want to continue that opportunity or not here. And when council was considering that particular business, they had a concern about noise and how was that going to impact the neighborhood that it's located in. And in response to the concerns, the proprietor of the establishment assured council on October 18th at 1 hour and 28 minutes in that they were not about making noise. They're about entertaining. And I want you to keep that in mind when my husband comes up and shows you something at the end of his talk. Allowing an establishment to have an alcohol to food ratio so close to that of a bar or a nightclub doesn't seem to be in keeping with Milton's vision on our 2040 comp plan. The reduction in tax burden, if that's a factor, that hasn't really been defined for us to know if that really counts. Why would we want to be an outlier among our neighbors when they and we have been very successful using 50-50? We're just a little behind them. They've been doing it a while longer. Why take the risk of losing the very things that make Milton Milton? And maybe our neighboring cities had really good reasons for not allowing those types of establishments. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, Greg Kronk.
Hello, I'm Greg Crunk, and we live at 600 Hickory Mill Lane in Milton, over in the Birmingham area. And Mary and I came up with our presentations independently, so she already stole most of what I was going to say. So I'll see if I can't pick out some good points. And just from everything we've seen over the last couple of years as we fought through the whole what kind of establishments do we want to bring to Milton, and hearing Robin's presentation tonight, it seems like we're still really pushing hard to find all kinds of new ways of having bars here in Milton. And I use the word bar purposefully. It's not a mistake, because a bar is defined 75-25, and we're allowing 70-30, and we're allowing, from what I understand, drinks in just non-food establishments. So, I mean, let's just be transparent here. Let's be honest here. There's no functional difference between 75-25 and 70-30. So, yes, we do have a bar here in Milton. You're absolutely correct. And it's especially worse here in a city where we've never have done an audit of any of our establishments to see what their ratio, their actual ratio really is. So here we have a 70-30. We don't know what it really is. And so that's something to keep in mind. When you let something get too far out there, it can get even further out there than you think it'll be. So I'm picking through the unspoken part, so excuse me here. And I just want to say, as Mary said, I've lived in Atlanta almost all of my life. I was raised in the Buckhead area. Grew up in Buckhead when it was a nice, quiet, little Milton-like area. And I spent many years and a lot of money studying the Atlanta bar business, inside and out, mainly on the inside. And I've watched the bar industry in Atlanta. I've watched, and I'll make it brief, I watched the original Underground Atlanta. Everybody, even if you weren't raised in Atlanta, from Atlanta, y'all know about Underground. I watched how that was developed with private capital. It boomed, and then it fell flat on its face. Then there was new Underground, redeveloped with government capital, that never boomed and fell on its face. And then the bars moved out to Buckhead, where they boomed and failed. And one of those businesses that failed in Buckhead has now moved out to Milton. And as he testified in city council, that he's going to work with all of his fellow compatriots in Buckhead to bring them all out here to Milton. I mean, he's committed to making this the new Buckhead. Is that what we want? Is that what the people wanted in the 2040 plan? And the reason that they're coming out here to Milton is because Alpharetta didn't want them. He applied to Alpharetta, and he was rejected. Found out that we were all about having them out here. So we are getting Alpharetta's rejects. I don't know about you guys. I don't like being second place to Alpharetta. Milton has a great 2040 plan. I mean, I watched every one of those presentations on Zoom. I was really impressed by the efforts of volunteers and city staff and the input of concerned citizens to that. It is a great plan, and it's been adopted and it's been filed with the state. And nowhere in that plan does it say anything at all about wanting bars. But I think what it does say is, excuse me, as I'm trying to pick out stuff now, I'm not repeating it. So, but what it does say is that we need more restaurants. And I'm totally lost. I apologize. So anyway, I've lost my place. Thank you for your time and consideration. And let's work really hard on this and make sure we make the best decisions for Milton. And I, for one, truly believe that a good 50-50 type of restaurant, just let's make it 50-50 across the board. It's easy to understand. There's no wiggle room. We don't then spend all of our time, which is what we spent in the city over the last 18 months, wrestling about bars. Let's just make it 50-50, have good food, a good bar program, and be done with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, yeah.
We want the show.
We want to show. Because, as Mary said, we are not teetotalers. We did go try my friend Billy Allen's. Billy actually went to my high school. He's a few years younger than me. And how did I click this one? And I was really, I won't do a Yelp review, but let's just hit enter. This was as we were walking to our car about 11 p.m. And this is down where the townhomes are. And this is pretty interesting. I don't know if y'all can see. You can't see that, can you?
Yes, we can. Yes.
We're down by the townhomes. This is 11 p.m. We got a little DB app on my phone, and up by the roundabout, it was showing 80 dBs. I didn't get the dB rating down there because by then I was pretty disgusted. But is that what we want? Is the business of Milton bars, or is it high-end residential? We're trying to put in high-end residential townhomes here in Crabapple. Is what you just heard there compatible with that high-end residential? I think the answer is no. I wouldn't spend $500,000 for a townhome down there and have to listen to that every night until 2 a.m. Anyway, good night.
Thank you.
Okay, we have one more public comment. That is Michelle Weston.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Michelle Weston. I live at 14835 East Bluff Road. And I just want to touch on a few points and summarize what my friends, the Cronks, just spoke to you about. And I also want to highlight, I took some notes as you were having the discussion earlier. I want to highlight a couple of your comments that resonated with me. First, I would just say, I believe that what we've just gone through tonight, what we've been discussing for a year and a half now, all hinges on the fact that what we have, all of the sections and definitions of and categories of alcoholic beverage permits and uses, and it's too complicated and convoluted, and we're trying to create too many discrete categories, especially when we look and we see that our neighboring cities that have developed quite successfully have really done it with a very simplified 50-50 standard ratio. And it seems to me that if we want to be open to new concepts and we want to encourage economic development, we can certainly still do that with one simple, or at least fewer simplified categories of establishments, and we can always have folks apply for variances or permits, and it can be discussed, and there can be a process of consideration and public information, public comment. There can be investigation of cost-benefit analysis, as you brought up earlier, rather than applicants just applying in 17 different categories. It's just too complicated, and it doesn't need to be this complicated. I think economic development, we could have thriving economic development here with a much more simplified system. I believe that 50-50 is a good standard ratio. For example, one of the categories, which I believe Commissioner Edwards was touching upon in his comments, was the general retail with consumption on premises. I don't even know why we need that category. I've been trying to think of an example of what that would be. I think that could certainly be established or achieved by an applicant if they have a really neat concept with just a simple code of 50-50, and tell us what your idea is, and tell the city what your idea is. I don't think we need to have a separate category for what I think would really just encompass a few specific businesses. I don't know. Again, simplify, simplify, simplify. I also appreciated the comment that was made by one of the commissioners that enforcement is a problem. We're not enforcing what we currently have. And I think, again, enforcement becomes much more difficult when there are so many discrete categories. And our city officials and our enforcement officials, our police officers, then there's always argument about, well, no, I have this, I'm allowed to do this, I can be open on these hours and these days, and let's just keep it simple. So thank you very much. I'm happy that you're examining this. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
There's no more comment, public comment.
Well then, Robin, I think it's on to the definitions.
I'm sorry, what?
It's on to the definitions, I guess.
Okay.
I have one follow-up to her
Sure,
presentation.
go right ahead.
In looking at the comparison charts of ourselves to our neighboring, one of the things that I think we failed to capture is that in the city of Alpharetta, they do permit wine bars that is 60% wine, 40% food. So they do have a concept of a wine bar in the city of Alpharetta. And then I think you kind of alluded to Roswell has this idea of a craft beer and wine market, which we started to kind of grasp, but that's also one where it's less than 50-50, but there is still food involved. So it isn't just everybody around us is 50-50. There are exceptions when it comes to wine and beer,
They do sound
but they're
like,
still requiring some food.
and they sound like they're minor exceptions as well. There are not a lot of those exceptions.
City of Alpharetta, I think, has quite a few wine bars.
Really? How many?
I've drank at least 3 of them.
Okay, that's
And
good.
I don't
Strictly wine
wander
bar?
very far.
That's good news.
But it's still 40% food. It's not 30.
Right, yeah.
So Robin, you ready to
Yep.
lead us through?
Sure. So,
Starting on page 1.
yeah. So we'll start out with the general 64-1. And the first change or comment will be on page 4.
So, yes, on page 4. And as we go through these, let's first address the definition itself so we understand what exactly we're talking about. And then after we get some consensus there, let's move on and ask ourselves about the whether a use permit or that sort of, whether it
Yep.
should be
We're going
permitted
to
at
do
all. Say again?
we would then vote on each
No, it's all one vote at the, yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
well, let's get a sense as to where people are as we go through each one.
and then the other issue is applicability, like where. I have a real problem with what I've got, what I'm seeing right now. I'm sorry, but I'm just not on board with it, but.
Let's
Okay.
start with the first definition. We're
Okay.
on to bars.
So the bar is, comes right out of Chapter 4, means an establishment whose primary business is the provision of alcoholic beverages and not the consumption of food. A place that derives 75% or more total annual gross revenue from the sale of alcoholic beverages for consumption on premises, and on and on. I don't have to read the whole thing, but I mean, it's basically the definition of a bar, so we could have the ability to not allow them. So.
So are there any questions for Robin with regard to the definition?
The only thing I was just in terms of like terminology, like the first sentence says the provision, instead of provision, could we say the sale?
I'm sorry, it's hard to hear.
Instead of the word provision in the first line, could it be the sale?
I can double check. We try to keep it consistent with Chapter 4.
Okay.
So I would have to make sure, I don't really want to change something that's not
I
consistent
just didn't
with
understand
Chapter
like
4.
the word provision versus this is all about the sale of alcoholic beverages. I'm not sure where
It's
provision came from.
Yeah, we can
It
look that
doesn't
up.
seem appropriate.
Provision doesn't seem appropriate. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's the wrong term.
Yeah, exactly. So, right. So I was going to
English
say the
language.
sale, and then the second sentence, I know we already used the word establishment in the first sentence. So could we say an establishment that derives 75% or more? Just to keep that consistent too.
Huh? So a little hesitant is that I want to keep it the same as Chapter 4. So I just want to make sure that, because we don't have Chapter 4 open to change. And I'm not sure if that would be appropriate either, to change it if the definition out of 4. So as far as to do it here and not to be consistent with Chapter 4. So let me just,
So help me understand what's Chapter 4?
it's alcohol. I'm sorry.
Okay.
It's the city code. Chapter 4 is alcohol.
Okay, well, if we're, I'm struggling here, because if we're trying to make this the right thing, then I think then we should be modifying both. I mean, if we've got wrong terminology, let's fix it now. I mean, I get it, you don't want to change that, but you know what? We're spending our time here to do this. And he's pointing out an extremely, valid English point here, and I think we need to make it correct. That's just my point.
Also, to that point, I believe, and correct me, Robin, if I'm wrong, we use alcoholic beverages, but as alcoholic beverages, but yet beer and wine is left out here. So are we saying under the definition, alcoholic beverages include beer and wine?
So,
Because somewhere in here, we make definite divisions that you can carry beer and wine, but you can't carry alcoholic beverages. So we got to be consistent,
Not in here.
whether Chapter 4 is right or wrong. I agree with Laura.
Chapter 4 does define alcoholic beverages to include all alcohol, beer, wine, or liquor
Thank you.
intended for human consumption.
But we need to add that.
Should we add that definition?
Beverage means.
Should we
and
add that
includes all
definition to
alcohol, beer,
this
wine, or
chapter?
liquor intended for human consumption, so.
Do we need to add it to
And then-
64 to be clear, or are we okay referring back to 4?
That's fine, we can do that.
Let's add that.
Add it.
We can add, alcoholic. Okay, that's fine.
So then, I mean, I know we're adding that. I know I asked this a long time ago as well, but then do we need to actually capitalize the word alcoholic beverages? Capitalize the A and the B, since it's a defined term?
Good.
Sure, yeah, we can do that.
And it should be capitalized in
I-
4 too.
Same.
I mean, we can, they strip it out when they codify everything. I'm just being really honest.
Beer and wine.
when everything gets codified, for whatever reason, that's the process that they take away the capitalization. So,
Paul
Unicode does that.
does that, so
It's not a legal thing unless you specifically state only terms that are capitalized shall include that. We don't do that. So
Okay.
I will vouch for Robin's
I don't
statement
make
that
this up,
Unicode
guys.
will decapitalize every time you do that.
so I just would rather not go and do everything and then just to be taken out again.
Okay.
I mean, that's just,
Yeah, that's a,
We've heard it.
Well, then it needs to,
no, I brought it up before, I think, too.
Oh, I agree.
But again, I mean, they shouldn't do that, you know?
Oh, we
Because
said
if
it
it's a defined term, it should just be, that way everybody knows it's a defined term. And then somebody can go to the definitions and read what alcoholic beverages is, right? That's the whole point. So.
I mean, I don't
We'll take
disagree
that
with
up
you. I'm
with
just saying the practicality
whoever
of
runs
it.
the
I
meeting.
mean, I
Okay.
understand.
We're not going to fix that tonight.
Exactly.
So can we go back to, so
Then
I've
refer to
looked
Florida.
up what chapter 4 alcohol is under bar. So can you just reiterate what you would like to change in that
So,
definition
yeah, I
again?
have, so in the first sentence, it should, instead of the word provision, replace that with the word sale.
Okay.
And then in the second sentence, my suggestion is, since we're using the word establishment in the first sentence, that we change the second sentence to begin an establishment that derives 75% or more.
Okay.
Question, and this is nitpicking. Do we run into a problem where someone will just say, well, I'll sell the food for $100 and give the alcohol away for food, and then I'm not selling it? Or give the alcohol away for free? Whereas provision means whether it's for sale or free.
they might go bankrupt because I'd be
No,
over there.
it's kind of either you have a required cover or you have that, but they're trying to get around it by saying, well, I gave it away, I didn't sell it. And the definition was sale. And I think this is lifted, unfortunately, right out of state code.
yeah, I think Georgia allows that.
Were
With
there any other
provision.
edits that you were suggesting, Sumit?
No, that was the only two.
Well,
So I would like to say it, to keep it provision, because it also includes anything they give away for free in calculating the 75%.
If that's the case, yeah, I don't. Is that the case, Paul? Do you know?
I don't honestly know. I'm trying to look up, see if it comes from somewhere. If we're looking at the percentages, providing it for free wouldn't impact your percentages. So providing it for free isn't going to
Oh,
change your numbers necessarily. I think provision leaves open options to capture additional, can they find ways around it? It's possible that, I know there are some restrictions on, and I don't deal with alcohol regularly, but I've seen provisions which restrict to what extent you can provide promotions, various promotions. So there's some restrictions placed on it, so they can't go completely nuts. And I don't know that they can give it away as part of a promotion. That I think they're aware of attempts to try and get around them. I don't know that you can prevent every possible loophole and way around it, but I don't know that would be the major way around it, given the percentages.
So we have the two comments on the definition. Are there any other thoughts on the definition of bar?
So do we
Okay.
want to keep the replacement of sale to provision or just keep it at provision?
Just, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I mean, again, I don't know if that, restricts it or, allows for anything else if you use the word sale versus provision. It just didn't make sense to me why the word provision was there, because you're talking about the sale. Because it even goes on in the second sentence to talk about from the sale of alcoholic beverages,
Also need to
I'm sorry, what?
add beer, wine.
No, alcoholic beverages, I think.
Alcoholic
Well,
beverages.
Yeah, I
We're
didn't
going to add
get
that
it.
definition,
We're gonna-
alcoholic
yeah.
beverages.
That'll pick it up.
Yeah.
Paul, do you have a preference for sale versus provision? Noting that it says sale later in the.
I'm comfortable with either one of them at this point in time, because I think provision will cover sale, and I don't know that there's anything outside of sale that would impact the calculation of the number. So you're going to capture the same information, I think, in your formula.
What's the sense of the commission? Do you want to, does the group want to go with sale or suggest sale versus provision? I guess not. We're with provision then.
We'll keep provision.
That seems to be the sense here.
I mean, if it's gonna, yeah, I mean, if that's
Okay.
how it's been,
But we are retaining Sumit's comment on an establishment.
I
as
got
opposed
that,
to-
yep.
Okay, good.
Okay. As we go down to the bottom of the page.
Can we back, maybe, I thought we clarified, we're going to go through all of these, and then we have to,
So I think the bar is pretty straightforward as far as that we're not permitting it anywhere. So I'm not sure if
That's
you
right.
want to go through every table and everything, but
I think we're going to
we've
go
got that
through each
captured.
definition, and then at the very end, there'd be a motion. Here's all
pass
the,
everything,
whatever changes.
changes we made.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that everyone agrees this is not permitted.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
We don't have any issue with it being not permitted. so.
Mhm.
Mhm.
We don't have any issue with what? I'm sorry.
Being
Not
not
permitted.
permitted.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. So brewery means a domestic manufacturing facility for beer that is licensed by the state, provided licenses are issued as required by the state. And Chapter 4, which is alcohol, a brewery is authorized to sell beer by the package or by the drink and to operate flight tastings on premises of the brewery pursuant to state law.
I'm going to recommend not permitted. I think it's too intense. And for all of those areas, just doesn't make sense.
Because microbreweries are defined as 15,000 square foot or less, which is still pretty big. And because then this would then imply it's over 15,000,
Mhm.
and now you're getting into a manufacturing
Mhm.
facility. I would agree with Laura, along with the fact that I grew up in a town that had a brewery. They not only smell like beer, they smell like a lot of other awful things. And where we could place them in a manufacturing zone in T5 or T6 has a
No.
lot of nearby residential, and I just don't think it fits.
No, I used to work for a major brewing company, so I can tell you. Been around them.
So I think from a definitional standpoint, this makes sense unless we wanted to add that a brewery as opposed to a microbrewery, a brewery would be anything over 15,000
Well,
square
there's a
feet.
micro,
And then,
we already have a definition for microbrewery.
but if we're going to, so that people don't think microbrewery is a subset of brewery, and we want to
Yeah.
say no breweries, to say that we're only not allowing breweries more than 15,000 square feet. Because you could say that a microbrewery is a brewery by this definition.
Yeah, and if
I
you look
agree.
at the industry manufacturing, it's 15,000 and over. I mean, that is the industry. Yeah, that's a standard in the industry.
So I could throw out when we get to microbrewery, just because that's what the industry says. I mean, we could make the use permit not exceed so many gallons or square feet. That's an idea for when we get down to that.
To micro,
Yeah.
but I'm more of the microbreweries. Breweries don't bother me as much on scale, but a brewery is a manufacturing facility that doesn't belong in downtown Crabble or downtown Deerfield.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
So, and however we have to, but I want to make sure that because the way this is written, as a definition of a brewery, you could argue that a microbrewery is also a brewery. So I
So
want,
then,
so I was trying to clarify that if we're going to define a brewery as anything over 15,000 square feet, and then we could ban it.
I would, you may want to include in there, just for people when they come in or they look at the ordinances, in industry accepted definition. I mean, seriously, the industry standards are very clear in the industry, what those are, what the definition is. So I would say, I'd put industry standard definition for a brewery is over 15,000. I mean, that is the industry standard.
okay.
Just so if somebody comes in, and is like, hey.
So you're just suggesting add in the 15,000, right?
I,
15,000 square feet.
yeah,
Okay, then.
well, no, it's production, barrels. You need to put,
15,000.
yeah, it's
15,000 or more barrels?
Over, yeah, 15,000.
it needs to be the production definition here. I can tell you exactly. It's, in fact, I was pulling it up from my,
Yeah, 15,000 or more barrels manufactured.
The square footage to the definition.
Okay, well, I think it's barrels. It seems to be what's coming up here.
Is it 15,000 barrels?
here,
More than
I'm
15,000
going
barrels?
to pull it up.
I'm trying to get page forward to the microbrewery.
That's
and it's
15,000 barrels.
15,000 barrels, not square feet. My apologies.
Barrels. More than 15,000 barrels. I had also one other question on that definition. What is it meant by operating flight tastings? I mean, I get the concept of flight tastings, but like when it says to operate flight tastings.
So, I mean, I think it's just they serve flight tastings. I mean, it's, at the brewery, they're allowed to do there's requirements of doing certain minimum ounces of multiple type beers. So it's just a flight. They're serving it. I mean, I'm not sure why it's
Could we say serve instead of operate?
What?
to serve instead of
To serve
operate.
instead of operate?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we make it simpler and just say a brewery means a domestic manufacturing facility for beer of greater than 15,000 barrels per year that is licensed by the state, period? And then if we plan to ban it, we don't need all that other stuff.
Mhm.
Yes, just for the record, make sure we covered exactly 15,000. This would be 15,000 or greater because
Greater than 15,000.
micro is under 15,000.
15,000 barrels or greater.
Mhm.
Well, it's actually,
A domestic manufacturing facility for beer that is of a capacity 15,000 barrels or more.
In which 15,000 or more barrels are manufactured or brewed in a calendar year. Just having it mirror the microbrewery language.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Okay.
too.
So can you say that all together again? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Would you be able to say that again?
domestic-
She's trying to catch it.
I
A
didn't hear
brewery
that.
is a domestic manufacturing facility for beer in which 15,000 barrels of beer or more are manufactured or brewed in a calendar year.
Perfect. Or that's what I would be saying.
it actually would be more than 15,000, right?
No, well, a micro is less than 15, so we have to capture 15.
Micro is.
No, it's
not-
up to 15
Yeah, exactly.
by
Not,
industry.
well, it says not
It
more
says
than.
not more than,
Not more than, so we
that-
would just
so
have to say
15 would
greater than.
still-
not more than, you're correct.
Right.
Right, so 15 would be in there.
Yeah.
So you got to be actually more than
Greater
15.
than 15,000. You
Correct.
don't have to
Or
say
two.
equal to or greater, just greater than,
It has to be more than, yeah.
yeah. Because, thank you.
Packaged by the drink
And
in there. You're,
No, I'm deleting the
No,
rest.
deleting it
oh,
all.
totally.
Because we're going to ban it anyway.
But is it just beer or is it going to be, is it craft beer?
I did not hear any of what you just said.
Okay, sorry. Is it beer or is it craft beer?
I think by definition, it's craft if it's less than 15,000 barrels.
And if it's more than 15,000 and it's beer?
Well, it's interesting because they could be subcontracting to make craft beer in
So
a
it says,
recipe.
well, the definition out of chapter 4 is craft beer means a beer brewed by an independent brewer with annual production not exceeding 6,000 to 6 million barrels. I don't know if that's a typo.
No, it's 6 million. No, it's 6 million.
It's 6 million?
Yes. Craft, yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay.
That's a lot of beer.
So it's craft beer.
And there's a lot of craft breweries.
So I will recap one more time. Brewery means a domestic manufacturing facility for beer of more than 15,000 barrels in a calendar year that is licensed by the state, period.
Okay.
All right. So we have
It's
the.
beer. It's just beer.
Is
Just beer.
everyone good with that
No,
definition?
it doesn't have to say craft beer.
Beer is beer.
Yeah. No, I just want to make sure it doesn't have to be craft beer. Okay.
So I think we're all good with that definition. And also in the back, not permitted in any of our locations.
Okay.
In any of our, on your matrix, the brewery would be not permitted anywhere.
I can't, I'm sorry.
The,
And the use chart, okay.
not permitted.
And
We-
we'll
we-
say not permitted.
not
yes.
permitted anywhere in any of,
Yeah.
across that whole line.
So, I mean, yeah. I mean, I think it'd be good to note this, but I would like to go through the table and
Yeah.
individual after we go through
Oh,
everything.
yeah, we'll
okay?
have to do that.
That would be best for me. I'm sorry.
Yep.
Brew
Okay.
pub.
So it means any brewer that also qualifies as an eating establishment in which wine and/or liquors are licensed to be sold for consumption on premises and in which beer is manufactured or brewed, subject to the barrel production limitation prescribed in state law for retail consumption in and on premises.
Does it make sense to put the less than 15,000 here? Because we only want it to be a microbrewery brew pub?
I mean, I think that would be reasonable to add in that less than 15,000 barrels.
I'd pick up the exact language from microbrewery in which not more than 15,000 barrels of craft beer are manufactured or brewed in a calendar year. Because by definition, craft is small. A
But I thought we
large,
said
small.
craft beer was
6
huge.
6 million, but
It's huge, but we're limiting it to 15,000.
Right.
And then is that supposed to be brewer or a brewery? The first
Brewery.
line, first sentence.
So
Do we solve it by calling them means any microbrewery?
Yeah, I was just thinking
And then
that
we don't
too.
need to double
dip.
define it?
I would even, okay, so, sorry for being really
the
detailed.
microbrewer,
Well, no, there's actually nano breweries. I mean, and usually if you want to tip your toe into the brewing business, you start with a nano brewery. And if you go up to the Northeast, these are pretty popular. They produce 2,000 barrels and less a year. So you might want to think of that as being more brew pub type option is nano versus micro. So a lot of times what they'll do is they'll start from a nano and then you can allow them to increase which is kind of really what happened. That's what Jekyll did. Frankly, they started out really as a nano brewer, and then they just grew really fast, and they increased their capability to become microbrewery. And probably they're going to be a major brewer at some point, but they won't be able to do it in Alpharetta most likely. So, I mean, I think there is an actual definition for nano brewery, and they do exist. I do know that. Used to work with them.
For an idea of scale, as an example, since I'm familiar with it, Jekyll Brewery in Alpharetta would still have a small enough production to qualify as a nano brewery?
No, initially when they started, that's what they were. So if you look at their facility that's on Marconi Drive, that really started out as a pretty small operation. It was more of a nano brewery. Their production was not that large for the first few years. And then they were allowed to extend that capability. They took over the whole building and increased to microbrewery production.
But the brew pub that's in downtown Alpharetta for Jekyll,
Mhm.
if you took that as a standalone, I mean, they only have, what, 5 tanks?
Yeah, it's not that big. It's pretty small.
That's why I'm wondering, is that's
That's pretty close to more nano.
Yeah, I was trying to get an idea of scale.
Mhm.
Is a nano 5 tanks?
Yeah, I mean, a lot, like up in the Northeast, a lot of the really good brewers that are in New Hampshire and Maine and Vermont, they have nano, but then they expanded their facilities and created offsite as their beer got really popular. They invested in manufacturing outside of their original location. So
Then we need a definition of nano brewery.
I have one.
Okay. Is there one in chapter 4?
No.
Are you doing something specific with nano breweries different?
It's the production, she's saying.
Well, I mean, I understand they're different, but are we treating them different
Well,
such that we need to define them differently?
We may want to look at that as an option. That's what I'm saying. I think
If-
we need to weigh the impact and say, do we want nano or micro? So that's all I'm saying. That's why I would include it, because it gives you options. So you can go with that definition that you started with. It really comes down to it's producing less than 2,000 barrels annually. It's all production base. And they do pretty much the same thing. It's just production is less than 2,000 per year.
I know, but it'll go in the,
Use chart, we're probably gonna be. Which is potentially where they add the definition for nano.
Okay.
Please.
Use chart if you wish to. And we will make sure that we have that definition and we can.
Okay.
But then,
but back to the question on this brew pub
brew
was
pub, right.
about, was it brewer or
is it going to be
brewery
nano
or-
brewer?
Or micro brewer, or micro and nano? Because I'm trying to look at the definition of nano, and it's like 3 barrels at one time, and that's small.
It's small,
That's really small.
but some of them start that way. So
So maybe nano to be viable is too small.
they all make money. It just depends on what you want for use.
That's interesting because I have one definition that a nano brewery is the same as a microbrewery in production,
Yeah, it's,
15,000 or less, but that doesn't
no, it's
sound
not.
right.
No, they're different.
How would we confirm something like that, Robin? In terms of the definition, obviously, we're just coming up with something, or this is, looked up online, Googled?
I mean, I don't know if this is.
No, I'm on the industry.
Industry,
Yeah,
yeah.
I'm on
recall
the
seeing
industry
it.
specific. This is brewing industry.
Why don't we come back to that? Because see if Paul can see if there's any state definition for a nano brewery.
Yeah, I don't
We gotta have
know.
something to base something off. We can't
Right.
just pull
Right.
it out of the air. So,
Right.
Yeah, what we might want to do is find out how many barrels are some of the other production, like in Roswell. What are they producing at some of the Roswell breweries? What's Jekyll producing at their 2 sites? How many barrels per year?
That's actually interesting. New Hampshire law specifically defines a nano brewery. The industry doesn't, from what I'm reading here.
Well, the industry,
Industry says a nano equals a micro, but
yeah,
Hampshire law defined a nano as
they do, but
2,000.
the industry does. The craft brewer industry, they do define it because there's so many new companies that have come in and out of the business.
I'm not finding it in state law.
I mean,
Regardless of what, I mean, we can do and define whatever we want. Now, if we come up with something that's so antithetical to the industry standard, it might be confusing.
Mhm.
But that doesn't mean we have to follow the industry standard to the extent there is one anyway. So, if we want to make our definition be 10,000 instead of 6,000 or 2,000 or 15,000, we can establish that.
But to Laura's point, I mean, is there any way that we can understand, that you all can find out and understand from these other local places?
I mean, yeah,
in
we can
terms of
find out
what their
what their
production
production
is,
is,
to
yeah.
give us a better idea of, hey, this is what we want, and if we want, we have a
That's
nano
fine,
brewery
we can do that.
category, 5,000 or less barrels. We have micro, 15,000 or less. We can then have those categories, because then we have at least an understanding of concepts of what's going on.
yeah, no
Yeah,
problem.
okay.
Yeah, but back to the definition of brew pub, I'd still like to be clear that in our case, a brew pub means any microbrewery, or if we add the definition of nano brewery or nano brewery, so that it's this idea that you still, as a brew pub, have to be smaller. Can't be a brew pub and have a 15,000, and have 50,000 production.
No, I agree. And I think that's what I kind of alluded to when I was at the podium, is that I think we can make a microbrewery be whatever we want it to be. But maybe it's something that you want to, once we do more research, to kind of define what you all feel comfortable with. What is a microbrewery? If we've pretty much taken brewery off the table altogether, 15,000 or more than 15,000. So maybe it's doing a little bit more research and trying to figure out where is the sweet spot that you feel like would be appropriate for the city of Milton. And then from what Paul was saying, we can define that microbrewery to be whatever we want to be.
Mhm.
Okay, so as a follow-up item, then, would you do that research, or could you collaborate with us? Could we help you in any way on that?
Whatever you guys feel like you want to do, any help would be appreciated. That's fine. I mean, yeah.
You have some experience in the industry.
Yeah, I mean, I can call Jekyll.
Brew
I
pub,
mean,
a brew pub
actually,
still has to
my-
be small in
we know-
its beer
We know one of the
production.
owners,
I don't know what small is yet.
but
I think it would be interesting because I know there is a brew pub that is planning and has perhaps taken leases based on some of this draft language to be opening soon. So it would be very interesting to see what their plans are.
Oh, yeah. I mean, and they operate, Six Bridges operates, they operate a brewery over in Johns Creek. They do not serve food there. They just have
The brewery.
the brewery. But I'm sure that I can find out what their intention of the number of barrels they would be anticipating. And they're actually also a micro distillery as well.
Okay.
So,
But it would be just to get a sense of scale
no, yeah.
that they planned to put in this big, because I'd hate to define, like they were planning 2,500 and we define it as 2,400.
Right. Well, I mean, they're kind of grandfathered in no matter what, I mean, because it
Are
was,
they already permitted?
So they're just finishing up their alcohol portion of it, yes.
Okay,
I mean,
they've
but they were
applied or-
granted a warrant for the use last year. So, and the left-hand, there's 2 buildings, and the left-hand building is the actual brewery. So that would give a good,
It's the micro.
Background.
It's the microbrewery.
yeah, the microbrewery, yes.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay. It'll give us some sense of,
Scale, maybe, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so back to brew pub. Are we okay with that?
I was just going to follow up with what you just said. So you said there was, like, it's a 2-building establishment, which one building is something and one building is,
Well, one is manufacturing and consumption, the one right on the corner, and then the right-hand building is really the restaurant portion, where they're going to be serving food from, it's a barbecue place in Roswell that they're opening up right next door.
so one building is a microbrewery, the other one is a joint things, but they're not qualifying as a brew pub. They're qualifying as a brewery and a full-service restaurant.
I'm
They're
sorry, what?
qualifying as a microbrewery and a full-service restaurant, not combined as a brew pub?
Right, so it's not, yes, you're correct.
but it's all under the one Six Bridges name? Or it's a
They're two
Same
different
owners.
names.
2 different names?
They're
So
two
it's like 2 different
names.
applications, 2 different,
Huh.
okay. I just wanted to make sure we didn't need to contemplate something like that when we're going through this.
Right,
the
so it's
future.
not a brew pub, it's a microbrewery and a full-service it's a restaurant
50/50.
it's a 50/50 restaurant.
50/50, yeah.
So,
So Jackal in downtown Alpharetta is a brew pub, 50/50. And I think they have 5 tanks, 6 tanks.
Yeah, they have tanks. I don't, 6 sounds probably close. I didn't really go and
But that's
count
a
them.
brew pub that, so
So,
that becomes interesting because there's a because a microbrewery could also be a brew pub. But
If they
a
serve-
microbrewery doesn't have to be,
Yeah,
if they serve food.
Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
want to
yeah,
make
yeah.
sure they weren't exclusive definitions.
Yeah, so like Jekyll's facility near the Greenway is strictly brew and tasting. That's it. And if you go look at the operation in the back, it's pretty, I've actually done the tour. It's pretty big. So.
I'm okay with just saying brew pub means any microbrewery that also qualifies as an eating establishment.
yeah, just a micro, yeah.
so I think we,
Do we have to say any eating establishment or a full-service eating establishment?
Establishment.
Because there's a limited service food service.
So it says, eating establishment shall have the same meeting as set forth in state law. An eating establishment may be licensed to sell beer, wine, and/or liquor, but must derive a minimum of 50% of its total annual gross food and beverage sales from the sale. So that is a
So we're
full-service
okay.
restaurant.
Okay, we're okay.
Eating establishment is a full-service restaurant.
Okay.
Yeah, I know, it gets confusing.
so
so
Robin,
it's-
do you have the size and everything you need on there?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you have what you need now?
Yeah. mhm.
Okay.
Okay.
And everyone here is good? Let's move on.
Okay. The next, on page 6, you'll see that we're deleting city food market as a use. And then on to page 9, we're deleting courtyard market and craft beer and or wine market, those 2 uses and definitions, so. So now we have distilled spirits, liquor or spirituous, however you say it. Liquor means any alcoholic beverage obtained by distillation or containing more than 24% alcohol by volume, including but not limited to All fortified wines, any reference to distilled spirits, liquor, or spirituous liquor shall be deemed to include alcoholic consumables that contain distilled spirits or spirituous liquor. Is that a repeat? Or is that my imagination? The terms distilled spirit, liquor, or spirituous liquor, when used in this chapter, I have to get rid of. No, in chapter 4, shall all carry the same meaning. So I just have to make that little. So this would be the same definition as in.
Judge
Yeah.
4.
Yeah.
Any
And then
thoughts on this one?
distillery means a domestic manufacturing facility for distilled spirits that is licensed by the state, provided that licenses are issued as required by Chapter 4. A distillery is authorized to sell distilled spirits by the package, by the drink, and to operate flight tastings on premises of the distillery as provided for and subject to the limitations of state law.
So if we can just change the word operate flight tastings to serve flight tastings like we did before. If we can just change operate flight tastings to serve flight tastings, like we did on the other one.
Oh, like the brewery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Eating establishment, yeah, that's already taken care of.
It sounds like there's this idea of both a micro distillery and a distillery.
Right.
And again, I'd be concerned about anything of any scale is manufacturing and inappropriate for any of our zoning. So do we want to create the idea of there is an idea of a micro distillery. So in this definitive distillery, just like we had to do in brewery, do we need to say that a distillery is greater than 15,000 barrels of distilled spirits and then ban it?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Yes.
And then we can strike all the provided that the licenses are issued and the serving and all that, because we're planning to say,
No.
No.
Aye.
Okay. So we'll kind of mirror what the brewery and the distillery say as far as size and tastings and the whole thing.
That's right.
Yeah, and we have a micro distillery later
Yeah.
in, yeah. Okay. So page 11 was eating establishments. And then page 13 is farm winery or Georgia farm winery shall have the same meaning as set forth by state law in Chapter 4. So we're getting rid of food hall cafe on page 17. And then on page 18, we have general retail means a business that derives 60% or more of its total annual gross revenue from the sale of merchandise, food, or non-alcoholic beverages to consumers, specifically including but not limited to delicatessens, plant nursery, art galleries, printing shops, garden centers, retail stores, shops, repair shops not involving any manufacturing on the site, and millineries or similar trade shops whenever products are sold exclusively on the site where produced. General retail does not include roadside vending, automotive specialty shops, adult bookstores, pawn shops, off-premises distilled spirits, retailer store, or temporary consumer fireworks retail facilities. So I had a comment here that commission discussed increasing the percentage of the sale of merchandise for this definition. And gas station is not considered general retail.
Now, Fred, I think you had some comments about the
Yeah,
definition.
as I said, getting out of order. I just say that too great, too big category. I haven't figured out how to shrink it down, but I think it's opening Pandora's box. A lot of businesses that 90-10 or something, but I have a problem with the category.
Fred,
So, but you're really speaking to general retail with consumption on
Right.
Yeah, you're in-
premises.
Correct.
The previous was just, I was just calling out what general retail meant.
This is
Yeah.
just general.
Yeah, but I'm even, that definition to me, you know, where's convenience store, drug store? I mean, there's some gray shades in here of definition. Yeah, and anyone working in industries is going to look at that and go, well, they'll maneuver this stuff. They always do. It's just, it's kind of messy. I don't know. I guess my question is like Fred, it's like, if we don't want to go there, why do we even define it?
yeah, I think where we may end up in the next, when we consider the next definition is to say not permitted.
Yeah.
So this may be irrelevant for us at the moment. But should we just turn and consider whether we want retail to be selling this stuff?
Well, first you're defining general retail, and then you're just defining whether or not they can have consumption on premise.
Right.
Yeah, and I think
So
it-
do we need to, but yet we're trying to somewhat say, you really, I
think where Fred was
Can we
going-
get there by changing the percentages?
Well, I think let's just think about it. Fred, the margins on general retail versus, selling a couple glasses of wine.
Oh, if you would be comparing it, whereof percentage-wise, gross profit part of it, drugstores has gone down so low that they could easily, I never thought I'd see a day when promote drive-by drugstores because the whole profit's in the store, or not in prescriptions, but that went through. So I'm saying here is I was, forget chains, I'm a small independent with an old-fashioned soda fountain. What would stop me from going in and serving beer or wine?
Well, let's go back to what one of our citizens said earlier, and that is sale of alcohol at a retail establishment consistent with what our neighbors said Milton should look like in the future.
That's
You know,
not-
the thing that was thrown up about, peaceful, et cetera, et cetera. I just don't, I think this is not consistent with that.
Yeah, that's I mean, you got to look at I'm looking at it just the broader concept. So obviously we got the general retail, but let's just move to the next one.
That was,
You know,
yeah,
we don't want the consumption on the premises,
right.
period,
We don't have to define it.
period.
Don't have to
Then it's
define
done.
it.
Yeah, but the flip side of that is if you look at the New York Butcher Shop, which is largely a go in and get your prepared meal, you can buy a bottle of wine and take that home for dinner the next day. But for tonight's dinner, you can have one of their made-to-order sandwiches and a glass of wine. So their consumption on premise is ancillary to their main business. It's not their main business is a deli inside a food store. And I think that's kind of the concept Savvy Provisions is trying to do too, that says it's a deli that also serves wine, Savory Gourmet and Alpharetta does it. But the idea is that the glass of wine is ancillary to the fact that they're a food shop.
They're serving food,
They're serving
hope.
food,
which doesn't happen necessarily in a dress shop.
which way?
The New York the New York butcher is selling food and serving food. So I think
But it's following
they're distinct from a dress shop, offering 40% of their liquor to the extent that 40% of their revenue is derived from that.
Yeah, but yet they're general retail. Food stores are under general retail definition.
I'm sorry, say that again?
As a food store, but a food store is under a general retail
Right, so
definition.
there is so if you look, we can't really get rid of general retail as a definition
keep
because it's
that.
just it's a use under the table, just like general retail. So I think if you don't want to do the consumption on premises, then you get rid of the general retail on premises.
Right.
Okay.
So-
Or significantly increase the percentage. So
Correct.
it's totally ancillary.
So I was a little surprised. I really believe that Savory over on Milton Avenue would have been the same as our New York butcher shop and I talked to Alpharetta and they say it's a 50-50, which,
But the cork and,
well, that's a wine shop. That's a retail wine. No, not a butcher shop.
The cork and cleaver he's
Cork
talking
and
The
about.
cork and cleaver.
Next to
Yeah,
the
it's a
chicken.
butcher.
yeah, it's the same as.
But they don't do consumption on premises. They just sell. Whereas at Savory, you can buy a glass of wine.
That may be the case now.
Well, we don't need to worry about Alpharetta.
I understand, but I'm just saying that they can move to that.
Well, I'm not sure if in Alpharetta they can. I'm just saying, right now, existing is Savvy Provisions, which just recently opened, and then New York Butcher Shop came under this category of general retail with consumption on premises. That is, what is currently permitted in the city right now.
But currently, I would say their sales from consumption on premise is a very small percentage.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not 40%. It might be closer to 4%.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's why I'm wondering if we solve this with adjusting the percentage, but still allowing for the Savvy Provisions and the New York butcher shops to exist.
Well, I think New York Butcher Shop is grandfathered.
They're already
Well,
grandfathered.
yeah,
but to
allow
have
And-
a
and
similar
I
one.
think-
I just think
it's a very
enforcement
slippery
just
slope.
becomes an issue.
Yeah.
It's just like all of this, it's just
So-
getting messy.
And how do you enforce for the 10%? All of a sudden, this is just not worth the time. This
Yeah,
isn't worth
no,
it.
it's not
Exactly.
being enforced.
Yeah.
That's the
Right.
problem. And I,
Put it this way, I would love to have something like this at Birmingham Crossroads, where you can go in, get a sandwich, glass of wine, get your, high-end deli. Would love to have that.
make it a restaurant and a deli. They can do
50-50.
that.
50/50.
You
but-
get the same vibrance,
Yeah.
the same feel.
But they don't qualify as a restaurant because they don't have a full-service kitchen.
Oh, sure they do. I mean, I know lots of delis who have full-service kitchen. I mean, you can do it if you want to do it, but to me, it's just there's so many shades of gray. That's my concern.
And it's back to the question of simplicity. Let's simplify this as opposed to enter into all sorts of shades of gray.
Okay.
So
So do you want to,
we want to eliminate general retail with consumption on premises.
Eliminate.
okay.
Well, that will not be a unanimous vote.
So that's where yeah.
So then if we eliminate that, then going back to general retail, does it still need to have a percentage?
Honestly, I don't think that should be in there either way.
Right? That doesn't need to be in there, correct?
Because that has to do specifically with the general retail on premises, general retail.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
You could take that out.
Particularly for getting rid of it.
Still need
Yeah.
it there for general zoning? This is all 64, right?
You can leave the whole,
No, you leave the
Definition. It's just
definition, but you
the
don't need
provision.
the deriving 60% or more of its
Oh,
total. Yeah,
the change, okay.
yeah.
Well, it's a whole new definition. It is an add.
Okay.
I'm still unclear. Do we need general retail for, if we don't want general consumption on premise?
We still need general retail because that's encompasses the uses of, a clothing store or a shoe shop or whatever, or,
And the Publix?
in a Publix, yeah.
But a shoe shop, I mean, we can get into a lot of discussion here about definitions. Shoe shop is a service. I mean, I'm looking
Well,
at
I
some
meant
of
like a
these.
shoe store. I didn't mean a shoe repair.
Well, there's a repair shop on here. That's not retail. That's service.
Well, it's general, so,
So we either need to clarify what we're trying to define because some of this isn't working. And frankly, roadside vending is retail now, by the way. There's a lot of people into that business and it can be lucrative. So people are buying tons of stuff out of vending machines.
so I think what let's see, general retail.
Why would that not?
We do, it's right here, but I'm looking in, that's in general. I'm looking in form-based code because that's where also. Okay, so in form-based code, in the definitions, it has the same definition of general retail, but I think you're alluding to the general service, which is a business whose primary use is to provide a service, specifically including but not limited to health clubs, spas, personal grooming, hygiene, blah, 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 blah. It's over on page 77. So let's look at what C1 and C2 and MIX, that's where we need to compare apples to apples to make sure. And I believe I changed the retail in C1 and all that to be consistent with this definition. So we're getting a little bit out of the, so if you go to page 47, let's see. See, I have retail store or shop, not to include roadside vending or temporary consumer fireworks retail facilities. So, and then service. I think that definition in the general 64-1 was specifically related to alcohol. Because under C1, it has a list of uses that are permitted, and then it has retail store or shop, and then all these different service type related uses are also listed. Take them both out of the general definitions, but they're also, it's appropriate to be in the form-based code. It's a little bit apples and oranges when we get to the different definitions, so.
Just another clarifying question here on general retail with consumptions on premise. This is something that would require a use permit, so we would review it and city council would have approval as to whether it fits for the area.
Right now, the way that staff is presenting it, yes, it would require a use permit that would go through the whole gamut of public hearings. Yes.
So there is a check that would say, no, that's not appropriate to allow consumption on premise, at that nursery or at that art gallery or whatever.
Would only require a use permit if it had alcohol
Oh,
related.
that's what I mean, yeah, if they would, but they need to get a special permit for it.
Right. I
That
think that's what
would-
the city council was, that was the discussion that they had previously was they seemed to be pretty comfortable with the idea of these different uses if they were approved with a use permit,
One by one.
one by one, individually. Yeah. Okay. So for now, we're going to recommend deleting both general retail and general retail with consumption on premises.
Opposed,
Noted.
because it's a use permit and they can select it one by one.
Okay. Page 20, I've deleted growler shop because I think Bernadette had gotten input from city attorney that that's not really permitted, crowlers and growlers, so anyway. We're whipping through here. Okay, page 26. So we have the microbrewery and the micro distillery.
I have a question with regard to the microbreweries. Judy, you said that back in your hometown, there was a brewery there and it gave off a lot of odor. Wouldn't a microbrewery do the same thing?
Well, it's interesting. One of the things technology has advanced, and there is this idea of what you can contain with scale and production. So the challenge was, this was a full scale, we're making beer to distribute in 7 states. I mean, it was a manufacturing facility, very large. From what I understand, and this gets back into this idea of what do we want to describe as a microbrewery, because if you, obviously the smaller there it is, the less waste of hops there are, and it's the leftover hops that stink. I mean, you got to deal with all the water and the fact that that's full of yeast, and it makes sure it goes through public septic or
Right,
public sewer,
sewer.
can't get into any septic system, public or private. But it needs to have a large wash, so to speak. But my understanding is that the smell of the waste of the hops, if you don't have a lot of it, it's easier to contain it in barrels, dispose of it, as opposed to storing it in open vats. So the question, and
It
you've
still
worked in the
smells.
industry.
I mean,
It
it
smells.
it still smells, but.
It doesn't smell like beer either. It stinks.
Yeah, it's a whole, it's a whole different.
I've never noticed anything in downtown Alpharetta. That's why I see a disconnect.
But they may be in that case. I don't know if in that case also too, they're pre-brewing it somewhere, so they're just finishing it there?
They might be, I don't know, because if you go to Jekyll's, Marconi Drive, you can definitely smell. I mean, it's not like a big brewery, but there's still some smell there, but there's environmental ways to dispose of all of this. So I would definitely, before anyone does anything, make sure that they're following really good. There's been a lot of progress in improving wastewater, and actually hops. Some people actually can buy it and reuse it for other inputs to other products.
One that I'm familiar with, not here in Georgia, but it was a large brewery. Went from the small to the large brewery. And they were using a pool water. Actually looked like a small lake. And then a company comes in, pumps that out, and is used fertilizing.
Yeah, there's a lot of uses for it.
Yeah.
They finally ended up not allowing it environmental, shut that portion because of the environment.
Yeah.
I think there are, if you have a small enough scale, it's easier to contain it and environmentally dispose of it off-site.
But
Yeah.
you'd want to definitely look at what the process is before you ever agree to. You just want to make sure they're operating environmentally effectively.
How would we Robin, how would we capture that in our approval process for a brewer?
Microbrewer.
How would you capture that, the need to look at the technology that they're using so that it doesn't stink up crabapple? Is it part of the process to review the technology?
Under the building department review, they do look to make sure that they're meeting all the regulations, the state regulations on that. They do look at the equipment.
But is it a
Our
state
only control
regulation or
is state regulation.
Well, there are,
is there state regulation down there and you can still smell it?
yeah, I mean, there's state regs, yes, but there's also brewing industry standards for improved environmental. I mean,
So I think another issue, not to say that that's not a great idea, but it's, a lot of times it goes back to enforcement. I know there's a lot of issues with the financial side of things and auditing, but also having the capability of knowing what is those standards and who's going to, other than what the initial building requirements are, how are we going to enforce, are they really doing those things? I think that's just a question.
Yeah, it is going to be a use permit, so you could always require that they submit a environmental waste management
Right.
plan. And then unfortunately, there's the cost to doing that is you're going to have to then, just like I had to call our city manager and say, you've got a private septic system that you all are supposed to be monitoring. You need to get out there and monitor it because it smells. And so he had to add it to his list of things to do. So
Right, so
just
I think that
recognize that you're going to have, as you said, there's some cost.
there's cost.
There's cost to doing that.
Right, cost.
And you're going to have to not only make sure they have a plan, but then they're following it. Because I think enforcement, I don't know if enforcement falls with the city or the state.
There's probably both.
But I think, and if Paul agrees with me, I think when you start adding items like that, you don't really want that to be in the definition, but I think it's a great
In the
idea
use
that it to
permit.
be in the use permit.
Yeah, absolutely. Don't want it in the definition and debating whether it should be in the alcohol ordinance or in the general provisions related to the whatever use we're talking about, whether it's brewery, microbrewery, distillery, microdistillery, or whether you just can also put it as a condition to any special use permit or use permit that is issued. There's
Yeah.
a lot of different ways it can come in, but let's not put it in the definition.
It probably fits in 1851 in the use permit more so
Doesn't, 'cause it's
than
the
here in definitions.
Exact same.
Yeah,
def- so that's
absolutely.
what I'm
But
saying, we
the
put it in
smaller the
use
scale, the easier it is to handle. You just don't, that's why I feel much better that we're not doing big breweries because that was the,
Well, true.
Yeah.
because they tend to open store it temporarily.
Yeah.
Are we okay with the microbrewery and microdistillery definitions that we have here?
I think we decided the whole environmental disposal
Would
is
go in the use
go in the
permit.
use
Permit.
permit as a requirement for the use permit. Or a condition for the use permit.
Okay,
So let's keep going.
okay.
Nightclub.
27 is nightclub. So,
So micro distillery, same idea that it's 15,000 barrels. Okay, sorry.
okay.
okay.
So then 27 is nightclub. Any other comments on that? Okay. Okay, 28 is off-premises beer, wine retailer or store, means any person or entity that sells or provides to the public beer and or wine in unbroken packages, not for consumption on premises and not for resale. So that is, it is basically a beer and wine store. So,
See, you have that as by right.
Here,
huh?
I'm
Says
sorry.
off-premises beer, wine retailer or store. Yeah.
but that's fine.
But it doesn't include distilled spirits.
Also, house on, oh, not, sorry.
Yeah. It's just solely retail,
Okay.
takeaway, whatever. Yeah. So at this point in time, we have it as by right in the
Still have to
very,
get an alcohol license.
Oh, yeah.
well, within it, obviously. I
Yeah,
mean,
but what's the logic for it to have it by right? A liquor store isn't by right.
well, I think it was the idea that, we do allow this retail use of beer and wine from a zoning perspective by right. They just have to acquire alcohol license.
So what about the public?
So that's their license, is their retail.
The retail
Right,
license.
same thing with the convenience store, or it could just be standalone. There used to be a beer and wine store up at Crossroads, Birmingham Crossroads, so they were permitted with a consumption off-premise retailer.
Only talking beer and wine.
Yeah.
Beer and wine.
And so does the license have to be in an entity name, or I know it says in person or entity? Can it be an individual person who gets the license?
The person or entity, what do you mean?
That's what I mean, like, why is the words "and any person"? So how is the license issued? Only to an entity, or is it?
So sometimes it could be individual. I've seen the licenses, or it could be an LLC, possibly. So this comes directly again out of after chapter 4. So I think they contemplate that it may be
That's
an
So an individual-
LLC, or it could be an
proprietor.
individual.
An individual could get it, okay.
Sole proprietor could apply. I don't know why they would for liability reasons, but they could.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So what are you okay with that retail
The
beer,
definition?
wine to be by right?
I think so.
Okay.
I am.
Okay, off-premises beer, wine retailer or store with consumption on premises means a business that qualifies under off-premises beer, wine, or retailer and wishes to allow the consumption of beer or wine on premises. So this is the one we want the guidance from you all.
Anybody know of any?
Oh,
So the only one that we've had has gone out of business, so.
So a lot,
No,
not in Milton, but I do know not very far from us is a well-known restaurant, and right next to it is a wine store. And because they sell higher end wine, they do tastings twice a week because that actually sells it more wine.
Sure.
Yeah, that's and a lot of wine that has clubs, people who buy through their and they do beer too. They do craft beer as well.
I get.
It's
just-
not Milton.
When I see
Well,
the word
wait, no, they're in Forsyth or Alpharetta. So,
consumption, I
It
take
would be a use
tasting out of
permit.
that.
yeah, no, it's just small, very small.
I understand, but
Yeah, they can't do more than that.
There is a use permit for it.
But I think
So are
this,
we,
this
yeah.
contemplates more than just a.
Exactly. This,
doesn't
yeah,
it?
consumption means more than just tasting.
Or-
Yeah, I would
Well-
limit it to
I do.
just tasting. Yeah.
It
That's
it
general.
does require a use permit, so we could make that a condition.
Yes.
Well, it's supposed to have a use permit.
Means a business that qualifies under off-premises.
On page 59, off-premise retailer.
Yeah, I
buying.
made a comment about that.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe it is tasting, but it's actually you buy a glass of wine or a glass of beer while you're sitting, in the shop.
It's,
So it's not wine
I'm rem-
tasting. I think there's limited wine tasting with a retail wine.
Oh, I know, you're downtown Alpharetta, there's, they do that.
Right.
Where you can buy the bottle. What's the name of that place? It's right off of.
So this had been where Kathleen's Catch was. There was a separate
Mhm.
business that operated there.
Okay.
And they were not related, but they were physically in the same place, but you could buy wine or beer or whatever, but you could also buy it by the glass to be able to
Mhm.
sit there and drink it.
Yeah.
Right. And we used to have a wine store, which actually prompted the whole rewrite of Chapter 4. We had a wine store that wanted to do tastings, and they, under the previous code, could do up to 8 ounces per person per day.
Yeah, I think it's limited. Yeah.
So there was like a limit of how much,
Mhm.
But you-
and they could sell it, but there was a limit to,
But you're this is going back to the whole enforcement thing again. And again, if we don't have enforcement under control now, and we're just creating more things, so, I don't think
it's in place now, I think, in Chapter
Yeah.
4, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got it.
Fermented is one who does it in Alpharetta. They allow for that. So, yeah,
but this
fermented.
goes back to the
And I'm
enforcement
thinking of-
issue and just
I'm
know,
thinking of Deep Roots in
more slippery
Roswell.
slopes. You're creating
Oh,
more
yeah,
slippery
yeah.
slopes on more
Yeah, I know which
opportunities
one you're talking
for
about.
other things. So I say no, strike this out.
I agree.
And I'm more one that says many of these high-end wine stores,
It's revenue. On this one, I kind of am on the other side of the fence because in order to get those type of businesses and to get the clientele, you really do have to do it. That is how they make more revenue.
yeah, the high-end wine store that I go to does a tasting once a month for club members, of which I'm one, and it's like 8 ounces. You get 5 wines, but you get like an ounce
Yeah,
of
it's
each.
small.
And I believe Chapter 4 regulates how much.
Yeah.
So this is not unlimited consumption on premise.
Yeah, I mean, because you'd also be turning down an opportunity. Let's just say one of the Georgia wineries or a couple of them wanted to open a tasting room so that they can sell their wines. I mean, they do this. They open them in different parts of the state to push, Georgia wines, and you'd be missing an opportunity to allow that to happen. And some of those do quite well. I mean,
I just think you're getting into slippery slopes again. I mean, this is beer, wine, it says consumption.
But
Who's going to enforce it? They might advertise one tasting and then behind the scenes for this group of people, it's every day, every week.
when it comes to alcohol, the enforcement is a little easier because if they violate, they can immediately have their license revoked and they're out of business. So
Yeah.
most of them don't go down that slippery slope because they don't want to lose their alcohol license, because that means they're out of business.
Yeah.
This is beer or wine,
We don't
right?
have the enforcement today.
Yeah, the
Pardon?
problem is the enforcement.
We don't have the enforcement today.
I have to
Beer
say,
or wine.
I have to say, I have never seen it being an issue. Most of them will say, we can't do that.
Mm.
We're not going to put our license at risk. Because remember, this is just a wine store. So it's not
Beer.
like this is ancillary, and if I lose that, I still have something else. This is
Yeah.
their whole business, so
It
they
is their
don't put it at
business.
risk.
Robin, is there more clarity in Chapter 4?
But the question is, do we have any, we have one and it's gone, so do we have any other applications?
Well, we have 2 and they're gone.
Oh, 2, okay.
Yeah.
So they were doing
There's
displays.
an ancillary tasting license means a license that is available to the holder of a retail package license, comma, hybrid license, comma, or manufacturing license that allows for on-premises tastings under limited conditions as provided for in this chapter. So lights, breweries, distilleries, light tastings, that's not gonna be it. Crowler. Tap room. That's for Georgia Farm Winery. Those ancillary tasting license allows holders of a retail package license, hybrid Lancer, blah, blah, blah. So that's, so then you apply for different types of licensing and they add up the cost of it. So there's, add-on for ancillary tasting. You already have to have a license for off-premise package sales, manufacturing, or hybrid licenses. So you have to ask for it specifically to do the wine, to do the tastings with an additional license. So just because you have a wine shop, unless you apply for it, you can't do it.
it. Yeah.
Tasting.
Right.
And
Yeah, this says consumption.
Consumption.
Right,
This
is
is-
different
says
where you would
consumption.
pay actually for a glass of wine. Yes,
Correct.
it's different than.
this is like the
tasting.
fermented
Right.
example.
That's right.
I think Laura's more tasting.
Tasting.
Right, and
What I
that's where
feel.
you get the tasting is from this ancillary license.
Commissioner
Totally
Edwards
agree.
is saying this is more consumption.
Right. Where you-
Otherwise, I
Unless
have
I'm
this
wrong.
picture
No,
of
I think
beer
you're right.
wine store. I'm drunk buying this beer and going out and sitting there in the property steps drinking it.
So it's like going to a wine, wine or beer retailer and then getting an 8-ounce glass of wine while you're sitting there and hanging out, or having a couple of beers at the wine or beer store.
So I think this goes back to your comments,
Yeah.
Sumit. And I think Fred was on there too, that this just is a little bit too much for us.
I was just explaining what it was.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the clarification.
The
'cause-
tasting one's okay, but
Tasting is different.
the other one may just not work.
So
Okay,
it
so do you-
sounds like we'd be okay with this idea of an off-premise when you get to the use or the definition, or with not consumption on premise, but with ancillary tasting on premise. And then we need to put ancillary tasting in our definition to jive with what's in chapter 4.
Because it is in chapter 4.
It is in chapter 4.
So let's
yeah.
just make these two parallel. Does that work with you guys too?
What, but,
The
I mean, I
ancillary
would need to make
tasting.
sure we understand how the city's gonna enforce something like it. Because
Well-
again, now you start with something and then you're just gonna grow to something else and add this on to an ancillary thing. And, it goes back to that broad concept of like, do we just want,
Open. I mean, we're. All this work.
So, but are you saying you don't want ancillary tastings?
that's right.
I think that makes it tough for somebody to come in on a business for beer and wine and not do that. I mean, you got to look at it from a business perspective, and there's demand. I mean, because we have, right, Casa Nueva.
Right.
Mhm.
He's got a great wine shop. It's probably one of the best up here. And,
I
and,
see it from that purpose. I mean, after they're,
and it's good revenue.
I mean, I get what they're saying, but again, it just, you're creating a enforcement issue. And then, it's just,
Do you want a nice wine shop in Milton? Because right now I'm driving 25 miles.
Yeah, we don't really have much.
they can still sell and just wouldn't have a ancillary
We do have the Milton
taste
Liquor
there.
Store, and
Yeah,
it's
you
pretty
just can't
good.
taste there.
But
but I think
Don't
that's
do
wrong.
taste, no.
You can still sell it here. You can still sell it.
But to me, the idea is I'm not going to buy a $60 bottle of wine without tasting it.
Exactly. Yes.
Because I've already give up on somebody checking on it, because that's not going to happen. Sitting here too long, trees, signs, We don't have enough staff. Why not, right?
I can't speak for
That-
that.
that's a-
They can't
We're
answer
not-
that.
yeah.
Time.
Okay, so.
That is true.
Right, but then that's the point then too. If you don't have the staff, then what?
Then,
So you're creating an opportunity, you're creating this when you don't have the staff, you know that,
Several of these, I agree.
right? It's just, for me, it just goes back to that broader concept of just, not having these other opportunities. Pardon me?
By getting rid of general retail.
Yeah,
With
on-premise
consumption
consumption of the, related to general retail, yeah.
so then unless we can enforce it, then we don't do it.
That's what
And-
I think.
And I'm going to go back to
Probably.
an
I'm on that.
an overriding thing that I heard so often before I joined Planning Commission, that Milton is viewed as being a horrible place to try to do business in because of the restrictions and regulations. And I think this one is going a step too far, because it's going to mean we're not going to get the nice things we want.
Spoken just like Billy Allen.
Yeah, but I don't think I heard any complaints about the little wine shop behind Kathleen's or.
Well, or the one that used to be over at Birmingham Crossroads
Yeah,
that unfortunately went out.
yeah.
So, yeah, I mean.
And again, this also goes to,
But if I go up the street, then or I go down to Alpharetta, or I go up the street, now my revenue dollars are not in Milton. We got to think about that too. And that's what's happening. That's where I'm going, because for a good reason. I'm spending my money there, going down there because I don't have it. And that's my point is people, this back to my whole Highway 9 Deerfield is people drive down to go to Alpharetta, they drive through us and they don't stop. And that is total misrevenue, hugely.
So I think
But-
we've concluded that we don't want this establishment with consumption. Is that correct?
I'm
Correct,
fine with rewording it to with
Yeah, no consumption.
ancillary
I'm good on that.
tasting.
So, but these are two different issues. That on page 28, that is the last item. Off-premises beer, wine retailer or store with consumption on premises is different than a wine store at this point in time that does ancillary tastings. So they're like apples and oranges, okay? So if
So
you
are
want
we
to
s-
not allow this last use, that's fine. And we have a use permit and we won't, we'll recommend not even of creating it because we're getting rid of the use.
But then any place that's applies for, that zoning wise meets the
Retail package,
retail
whatever it's
package
called.
store that applies for an ancillary tasting license.
Can still
What's-
do it. Right
can
now, we
still do
don't,
it.
yeah. But if you want to make that recommendation, because that really isn't contemplated in the zoning, it's all just done in the alcohol
I don't need it,
ordinance.
I don't need it to be zoned.
so
If
yeah,
it's-
so as long as they can be a retail package store, then they could then separately apply for this
Correct.
ancillary license, right? Yeah,
Right.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
That's fine.
yeah,
okay.
you know.
So now we can,
But Commissioner Shaw, I thought you were saying you didn't want any of that.
No, well, again, for here, what we have here, I don't want that at all.
Right, okay.
If they have the right, if they're a package store, again, I'm not against a package store being in the city, obviously. But if after that, there's no other, can we then say, no, they can't even apply for an ancillary license? Are we allowed to do that? Or they still have the right to do that? if they
No, we
want to?
don't really have the right.
Exactly. So if we don't have the
Yeah.
right to
Yeah, we
stop
don't,
that.
we don't have the power in zoning to say no to that.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. I just want to
yeah.
make sure we're.
Yeah, right. So, I'm only talking about what we can enforce.
Yes.
After that, if they have the legal right to do that, then they have the legal right to do that. That's
Okay.
nothing, that's
I'm good with
outside of
that.
our boundary.
Okay,
Yeah.
now I'm on the same page as long as the ancillary tasting at the one, yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Because that's what you all have been
Yeah.
talking about. That helps promote that retail wine store or.
Right.
Right.
Agree.
Okay.
All right. So we're striking
Striking the last one here.
these. Okay.
Yep.
You're striking
Okay.
the last one, right?
Yeah.
Just the last one.
With consumption is gone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so the next page, 29, off-premises distilled spirits retailer or store means any person or entity that sells or provides to the public distilled spirits in unbroken packages, not for consumption on premises and not for resale. So this is a
Liquor
new
store.
name for a liquor package store. And it's just for liquor. So if they want to do both liquor and beer and wine, they have to get two different
permits.
licenses. Yes.
But it's
And then
still,
remember, the this off-premises distilled spirits retailer were proposing to be by use permit in the transect zones and form-based code and not permitted in C1 or MIX. And right now in the, within this ordinance, it's allowed in C2, but knowing that we have no C2, or we can just get rid of it when we get to that point.
so just so I understand, if there is a store who wants to sell liquor, beer, and wine, then they're going to be considered this off-premises distilled spirits retailer or store, and then also the previous one that we just went through? which
Correct,
is-
yeah.
oh, okay.
Okay? Package means a bottle, can, keg, barrel, or other original consumer container. This term retail package alcoholic beverages includes all alcoholic beverages in their original containers and sold at retail to the final consumer and not for resale.
Definition, right?
Yeah, that's a different, yeah. And then we're just eliminating the terminology of package sales store because it's been replaced by off premises distilled spirits, blah, blah, blah. Okay, then on page 31 is private club. So in my comment said, after doing some research, the definition came from chapter 4 alcohol. And previously, when the zoning ordinance stated that all uses permitted in chapter 4 was permitted in chapter 64 zoning. Since the overall allowance for alcohol uses are being removed, this definition remains. At the April meeting, the commission discussed if we want to add this use in the form-based code tables in C1, C2, MIX. So that's what I kind of derived where we got it from was a couple years ago in alcohol. Well, they have private club and we just said anything that was permitted in alcohol was permitted in zoning.
I needed help trying to understand what this might be, and luckily after the meeting, someone, this is like the American Legion or the VFW, because I was trying to think of a nonprofit that would need a liquor license, and that's what they said, VFW, American Legion, the Shriners, whatever you call
Also, that had to be in existence here prior to the license.
So I wasn't able to figure out where that came from, but I did see that Alpharetta had that same regulation under their private club, so.
it. How can you, how can you, it's like, well, if my main thing is to have a social club for folks where they can come together and we can sell alcohol, but why would they come for a year without it?
Yeah. Yeah. I don't get that.
Guess they have to just bear and grin it for a year until they can have their alcohol.
yeah.
75 people have to say they're members at $1 a piece and grin and bear it for a year, and then they can apply.
Been here a year, so they can't serve it.
They can be here, they just can't serve.
Yeah.
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 So that-
This puzzles us. I think the same question came up when we were talking about sports clubs,
Right.
like a pickleball. Somebody wants to put up a pickleball court and have a, bar on the side.
Right,
Yeah, why do I have to wait 2 years? Yeah.
yeah, I don't get that either. Okay,
But is this just a lift from 4?
yes. So,
So push back on 4. On item 1.
do we want private clubs in Milton?
I think you gotta allow that because, I mean,
Pardon?
there's lots of them. I mean,
Well, the definition here is they have to be a nonprofit also.
yeah, but there are, I mean, there's the American Legion, VFW, Daughters of the American, I mean, yeah, there's a ton of them. Now, I don't know if they all do alcohol, but I mean, there are many.
I don't see any reason to not have them here.
I don't either. I mean, I think you would want them.
They think it's okay and stuff.
Thanks.
It's
Well,
okay, it's just if they want to do it.
I don't know if they'd come, but we're not trying to preclude them too much, other than the 1 year, which I push back on.
It's kind of weird.
I mean, there's, yeah, that, and then also suitable, I mean, I don't know what suitable kitchen means, and then also having a sufficient number of employees, what does sufficient number of employees mean?
Yeah, that's very vague.
Pretty loose.
Yeah, it is.
I think this is the same, it's the same definition as in alcohol, but
So philosophically, are we okay with this concept? But would like to see a tighter definition here and in chapter 4?
I think that's true.
I would agree.
Like what a
And
suitable
why a
condition?
year and what have you, the suitability of whatever kitchen staff.
Sufficient number of employees.
So, Robin, do you want to try to redraft that? Tighten it up?
Or just understand where.
I'm sure
I mean,
chapter,
it comes right
I mean,
out of
this just a-
4.
this
It's
is a
already in
definition of
4.
Private club, but it doesn't say anything about serving.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same definition in 4.
yeah, I think what we're finding is because chapter 4 didn't necessarily go through the planning commission, that we're saying probably, could be tighter.
But
Okay.
this is just the definition of a private club. It doesn't say alcohol or no alcohol.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's true. No, that's right, yeah. But then again, we still need to,
Definition of private club,
Yeah.
what does that mean? Doesn't mean
Right.
that they could serve alcohol, doesn't, say- we don't have that in use anywhere.
That's right.
Well, and
Private clubs, you can have
and-
private club.
if you actually looked at number 1, it says a license pursuant to this chapter because it's coming right out of 4.
Mm.
So it's actually a license pursuant to chapter
Yeah,
4,
Yeah.
which then ties it into alcohol.
And then it ties into.
No,
alcohol.
it
Then
is supposed
makes
to be
sense.
chapter 4. I missed
Right,
that.
Yeah.
okay, then it makes sense. Otherwise.
Yeah,
it's-
no. It
otherwise, To
is.
me, it's just.
No,
open.
no. It had the reference to chapter 4. I
Okay.
just missed
Well,
it.
then that makes sense.
But I think fair to say we'd all feel, we're okay with the concept of them being here, but both chapter 4 and this language needs to be rewritten. Especially as it relates to 3. Like what's a suitable,
Okay. So page 33, restaurant, we just added a restaurant full service. And it talks a lot about the restaurant seating area must be at least 40% of the gross square footage of the restaurant facility. Seating space located outside the main structure shall not be included in calculating seating. The term restaurant includes cafeteria. In order to be considered a full-service restaurant, the business must also meet the requirements of an eating establishment. So, yeah. Okay.
I think we're
and
good.
then-
Next is
Then
limited service.
restaurant, limited food service means any establishment that meets all of the requirements of a restaurant but does not meet the requirement of an eating establishment. A limited food service restaurant must derive at least 30% of its total annual gross food and beverage sales from the sale of prepared meals or food. So this is the Billy Allen.
Yeah, when we considered this back in November, this body decided that it did not want a
That's
limited
fine.
service restaurant. When we had our working session with city council, I neglected to say that, and I think that's probably the reason that this is still here. The rationale for the group back in November was that this is like 5% away from being a bar.
Right.
And so,
That's fine.
yeah,
Yep.
so eliminate it and eliminate its use.
Yep.
Okay.
And I actually, at that same meeting, spoke as a citizen and said that I felt the 30% was too low and would feel that it needed to be more like 40%. But I'm finding that, with the exception of their definition of wine bar, everybody else does seem to be able to say, serve some food, folks, be 50-50. So I'm not going to die on this hill.
Yep. There are so many hills in life. This is not the one.
Okay, originally I had proposed on page 36, special event to delete it, but you all had wanted to keep it, so we can keep it. We get back to our sports club on the bottom of the page. Means an association or corporation organized and existing under state law, organized and operated primarily to provide a location for the patrons thereof to engage in sporting events, blah, blah, blah. Again, this is similar to the private club, that it was just an allowance with what was created in chapter 4. And then again, we wanted
Oh, yeah.
to discuss whether you want to have that use. Yeah.
Seems excessive.
So is it the same thing where you're open to the use,
But
but a better definition?
yeah, look at the definition, because again, the 2 years doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
Mhm.
And do we want to have some idea that this sports club has to serve some food? At
Right.
least maybe equal to their alcohol sales, so you don't have to make your revenues from it. But if you're going to sell a $5 beer, you have to sell a $5 hot dog. But you don't have to have it equal to the revenues from your court rentals and all that, but some sort of idea that we want them to serve food. Right?
Yeah.
But, and I don't know how you.
What you
incorporate
described was
that.
like you described a 50-50
Yeah, that's
on the food.
it's a
But
sports
it's-
club.
Well, but it's 50%
back,
that,
there's water
that your
back there.
food sales
Go
have
on.
to equal or exceed your alcohol sales.
Right.
50-50.
Is that possible to put a definite, that your food sales must equal or exceed your alcohol revenue? All other revenue aside?
Are you not a full-service restaurant at that point? I guess it depends on if you're an eating
Yeah, but they're
establishment.
getting, the challenge is they're really a place that's renting pickleball courts and doing lessons and all sorts of other revenue. They're not in the business of being a kitchen.
I think then you might compare the alcohol sales to the rentals or the other operations.
But I don't want it to be,
It's just,
but that could be very large
Yeah.
because you could be charging, that's, if you're charging $50 for a court rental, that's a lot of alcohol afterwards. That's what I'm saying, trying to get
Yeah,
this concept of that your food, revenue from food has to equal or exceed your revenue from alcohol.
I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, I would do, I mean, so like Sandy Springs, Club Sports International, I used to belong. I mean, they have a restaurant. It was used for a lot of business meetings, but people belong to, the tennis, the whatever. They definitely would have, sold enough food to equal the alcohol just because they had both. But
the concept that you can't
Yeah.
just
It's 50-50.
disguise a bar inside a sports,
yeah,
inside a tennis club.
right. Yeah. I would agree.
And again, questioning if we're actually going to attract a business like that, 2 years seems an
Never
awful
know.
long time to wait.
Not 2 years, you won't.
Right, I don't know, I don't really have an answer. Okay, page 39. Tasting room means an outlet for the promotion of wine produced by Georgia Farm Winery, by providing samples of such wine to the public and the sale of such wine at retail for consumption on premises and for sale in closed packages for consumption off premises. Samples of wine may be given complimentary or for a fee. And so then we deleted that last sentence. So,
According to this, a tasting room. Winery from Georgia Farm Winery?
right, so this is a tasting room as it relates to a Georgia Farm Winery, not just a wine store that has tasting. This is what typically is on the premises of the of the farm winery, but
Right.
apparently there's state law that they can have tasting
Multiple.
rooms other places, but 5, okay. And then it's not part of what we're doing tonight, but previously you all approved the use permit for a farm winery that has certain development standards, and that's why we deleted that. The tasting room must be at least 50 feet, blah, blah, blah. So it's being dealt with under the use permit for the farm winery.
But it's not on the, where it can be. Not on the, where it's permitted.
So I didn't put it on there because we've already dealt with it. And I guess I just didn't put it on it. Okay. So,
Okay.
What do you mean we've already dealt with it?
so it was already in the previous meetings, I think it was January or February.
Last year.
It was last year, yeah. That at the end of the year, I think December 20th, the mayor and city council approved a new use permit for a farm winery along with the definition for farm winery. And a farm winery is only allowed in AG1. And I think,
Oh, got it. Okay.
yeah,
That
I'm not
makes
going to say
sense.
anymore because I could be wrong. I know it's allowed in AG1.
Yeah, but a tasting room, but are you saying that's going to have to
This
be?
is only a tasting room that's associated with the Georgia Farm Winery.
Oh, with the winery. Got
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Yep.
All
So by
right.
default, you're saying the only place the tasting room can be is at the winery?
Be careful there.
Well, it says here, for the sale of such wine at retail for consumption on premises and for sale and close, for off premises. I'd have to look into that.
I mean, they could,
For some reason, I
don't
thought in
see that.
alcohol, they allow it in other places.
I don't
So-
see this restricted to the winery itself. It has to do with that particular, it's for the promotion of that wine produced by the winery, by a Georgia Farm winery, but not necessarily at the Georgia. Farm
Yeah, I mean,
Winery.
let's say Frogtown Winery or Wolf Vineyards wants to open a tasting room in Milton.
Backwards.
We would want that, we would
I mean,
definitely want that.
technically, they, well, see, technically, they could qualify as a off-premise beer or wine retailer with an ancillary tasting license. And then go by right in all the commercial. Because they, is what we're saying is that if they wanted to have a tasting, a place that that isn't at their farm, they just have to do it as any other people selling wine.
You probably can. I think the big benefit of the farm winery is being able to do it in an ag district. I think the benefit, they probably can take that route. The benefit to the farm winery is being able to do it in the ag district rather than getting into one of the,
Yeah, so the farm winery is in the ag district and can have a tasting room at the farm winery, but the only farm winery in Fulton County has opened up one of their 5 in Alpharetta. So one of their additional tasting
Right.
rooms is in Alpharetta,
I mean,
under the definition of a wine bar.
that the winery, the state and alcohol regulations let them do that. Then the question is how the city, either
Right.
city, wants to allow, where they want to
Right.
allow them.
Right. So I think you're correct, like if they wanted to open up a retail
Retail
wine
store.
shop and then have ancillary wine tasting, then they could do that.
And usually that's what most of them do. I
Okay.
know, like Frogtown, they've got a couple of, they've got one south, they've got one north of them. And I think they do it like a wine shop. I've been in their winery and then I've been in one of their shops, so.
Okay. And then we're getting down there. So that's the end of the definitions in 64-1. So Commissioner Gilbert, how do you want to handle the rest of it? You want to go
Well-
through the different,
We put in 3.5 hours thus far. How do you folks feel about turning a few more pages? Or would you like to defer the remaining pages and allow staff to turn these pages for us
Um,
and reconvene again next month?
One of the things I feel would be helpful while it's fresh, because I have to say, kind of scanning through the next couple pages are like, not much there. But I think the meat of a lot of this is in the use permits and what we see in the use. So I think providing feedback on the use permits would be very helpful in
I
summarizing.
believe so, because I think that's kind of where we stopped with the definitions last time. And if we keep on stopping at the same place, then I
Then
would
ta-
like
take
some
us through it.
Because there isn't
feedback on
one-
the,
Yeah, there
Take-
isn't
On the
much
use
meat in the
permits.
next
Yeah,
9
I know.
pages.
Take
and
us through
then-
it, Robin. Where would you like us to start?
we can go to page 57. That's where we start the use permits. So, in the use permits, we also call out where the areas that there should be allowed at.
Can we, I
So
think
we-
it would be helpful if we look at the table. Instead of getting the verbiage, I think looking at the table and the maps to determine the use would be helpful.
That's at the end. This one
Looking at
is
a bunch of
easy.
verbiage just gives me a headache.
It's going to be easy to do that.
This table? This cheat sheet
Yeah,
table?
that we should, I think looking at the table in addition to the map,
These,
this
the cheat
Two,
sheet.
right in the front.
Oh, in
That's
the
fine.
front.
is easier to go through.
You're talking about in the memo, in the staff memo?
Yeah,
Okay.
just in addition to the map, you're,
Right. I think she's talking about what's in the very beginning. No, I know. Yeah, it's the cheat sheet. in the
page 2 of
beginning.
9
Yeah.
of the memo.
So why don't we go ahead and get rid of the uses that we're getting rid of, so then we don't have to worry about them at all?
That's right.
Yes.
So that would be, off premises retail beer or wine with consumption on premises. We're getting rid of that, right?
Correct.
Which
Okay.
one is that?
Well, no, it's gonna, well, we're using the cheat sheet, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
if we could do
Yeah.
that, that'd be a lot easier to.
Well, we're getting rid of restaurant limited food service first, right? If you go down the list.
Right, and that'll be the other one. Yep. That was restaurant limited.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, we're getting.
And
rid of
then
that.
general retail with consumption on premise goes too?
Right, yeah,
This
yeah,
looks- Okay.
okay. And then we're going to get rid of breweries and distilleries, right?
Yeah, can we back up a little bit?
Yeah.
We have that.
On off-premise distilled spirits retailer or store. You've got it as a use permit in the form-based code. And granted, we don't have C2 yet in Birmingham Crossroads, but does it make sense for consistency to make it a use permit there too?
We can. If
And
that's what
then-
everybody wants to do.
I'd like to propose we look at it as a use permit for C1, and which basically allows us to put a liquor store in Birmingham Crossroads.
Do you want to change that to use permit under C1
Outside of the form, yeah,
outside of what?
well, it would be,
Form-based code.
yeah. C1, and it's a use permit, so they can say, okay, we're not going to put it here and we're not going to put it there, but they can decide where they can.
These two.
There's a lot of C1s that are not just in the crossroads.
I know,
permit,
but but it's a use permit so they can,
Okay.
can,
Well, we could, so what we could do is, I've opened everything up in 64. We could go into Birmingham Crossroads and say no general, or no off-premises distilled spirits retailer or store. Is that what you're saying?
no, I'm saying I want to allow it under but it would need a use permit. There's one there, but if it closes, it's gone.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
So then we could put it under rural Milton overlay and say no.
No, you're not getting my point. I'm not trying to eliminate it. I'm trying to permit it.
I know, and so what I'm trying to say is if we have that a use that's not permitted in rural Milton overlay, although it's like Birmingham Crossroads is like a baby to the mother of rural
Milton, yeah.
But I know what you're trying to do, so why don't you let us look at that? So that we're not just opening up the C1 everywhere. 'Cause
Right.
Even if it's use permit, they come in and we still have to go through the process.
Right.
Right.
But I understand where you come.
So maybe it would just be a use permit allowed in Birmingham
In
Crossroads,
Crossroads,
yeah.
right.
And then it wouldn't be allowed to be requested anywhere else.
Anywhere else, right?
Right.
We
You
can
can't
make
put,
that
you
work.
can't put it at, where the union is at
Right.
Providence and
I have all those C1s. Hopped around
Freemanville.
in there,
Yeah,
so I know
you've got a
what
lot
you
of
want.
scattered C1s.
But I think that might be the solution is,
But why was it not permitted anyway, first off?
because right now, as it stands, they're not permitted in C1 or MIX.
No, but why?
So back in 2011, we did an evaluation of different uses. And at that time, the mayor and city council changed it from C1. It used to be permitted in C1 before 2011. And then they voted to not permit it in C1 or MIX and only in C2. So that was a decision that was made 10, 11 years ago.
So the one liquor store got grandfathered, but if it goes out of business, which I don't, it can't be replaced.
Now, let me also say, though, we have a little bit of a problem, is that except for, there's only like 2 small areas of unconditional C1. So the northeast, the southwest, and the southeast have conditions that say no liquor package store.
Unless they came in for a variance.
Unless they came in for rezoning, because it's in condition 1A, which is like the holy grail, you have
Okay.
to get a
Rezone.
rezoning, and that's what they tried to do, to get a rezoning to allow liquor. And it was denied because the wine store wanted to have a small amount of top shelf liquor.
Right.
And the city council said no. Well, and you all, whatever, I don't know what you all
Yeah.
said, but
But
Or
this,
in fact-
this could allow it to if the current operator on in that crossroads did go out of business and someone else wanted to come in,
so I think so long as they come in within a year, they can be grandfathered in. It's just the business. If they stop after a year, then yes, it's totally out. But that's fine if that's what.
yeah,
And-
yeah, but there's new council
No,
people now.
no, I'm just saying that was
So
why.
remind me again the difference between C1 and C2?
So typically C2 is more intensive. So before we had form-based code, I'll give you an example. We only allowed car washes under C2. So the 2 car washes on Highway 9, if you looked at the old zoning map, were zoned to C2 because it's a more intensive use. That's an example. I can't think of everyone, but that's the reason. C2 tends to be a little more intense or maybe not so desirable uses than to
So-
C1.
So if you can figure out a way to allow Birmingham Crossroads out, effectively in that Birmingham Crossroads overlay, it's not form-based code, it is an overlay, in that overlay to allow it, realizing it can't be on 3 corners and it can only basically go back where it is today,
Right.
that we could allow that backfill.
So there actually is another corner of the southeast, the near corner, that's always been for sale. That's unconditional C1.
Okay,
That
that
is,
that
as
could
well
be
as Curtis Mills property is unconditional
unconditional
C1.
Right.
Really?
But it's almost
Where
all
7
consumed.
Acre Bar and Grill is.
Yeah, but it's almost all consumed by 7 acres. There isn't. a
Well,
lot
that's
of-
true.
I'm just letting you know where it is.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of land.
But if you
outside
still
this.
do it by use permit, you can make that determination.
Yeah, so what I'd like to say is if you can do that, and then I would say just for consistency, that if we're going to have the form-based code T4 through T6 be use permit, we should make C2 use permit just because, which basically says you want to open a liquor store, you need a use permit.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, we need to talk about Deerfield and some of these, I think.
Like, does it make sense to have them in the T4s?
No, there's some zoning issues that need to be, I think, changed and probably will
And maybe
be down the
changed.
road. So Robin, on Deerfield, where's T4 permissive? Are you including it in T4?
No, so T4 is only T4 open. It doesn't include T4 permissive or T4 limited.
Okay.
It's
good.
only T4 open.
Okay.
So-
So, all right. So if we go, so I think everything,
So T4 permissive is everything north of Bethany. So we wouldn't allow that anywhere in that northern part.
yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, that's fine. On the wine, beer or wine or distilled spirits, I'd be, so you've got, this is why I think, Bob, we need to look at all this because I think we really do need to make some modifications. Things are going to change as we look at what this plan's going to do. So if you look at, so the T5 on web, I would not, off of Deerfield, I would not allow distilled spirits or beer or wine in that section between Deerfield and Highway 9. There's already on the T5 limited, which is down the street, there is restaurant and liquor there. So that is not a problem, but that area on that one, I just don't think that's appropriate use. And then my thought is, okay, T4 opens over there and that, I wouldn't, the T4 open even, I wouldn't, because that is web on the other side, on both those sides. I would not allow retailer or distilled spirits there. I just don't think that makes any sense. There are neighborhoods right there. I don't think that's a good use.
That's fine.
There's up the road, there is, but that's already there, but I wouldn't allow it in those two areas.
And Commissioner, we're entertaining people right now between 9 and Morris on web. And more retail on web too, on Morris as well. So that across from Deerfield Green.
Right, there's,
Oh, I thought we denied one, but there's more retail coming in.
Right.
I'm just saying.
Where the Chevron?
We're getting more retail and, what use they're going to plug into those retails.
Where,
We're really working hard to get retail.
The T5 at the corner of Webb and 9. I think that's what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The redevelopment of Fry's, basically.
And
no,
all the way
no.
down.
That
Wait,
area is fine.
No, and all the way down.
No,
All the
there's
way
just
down
a,
on Deerfield to Webb.
yeah, there's a
to,
little
Morris.
section on between Deerfield and Webb. Before that strip, before you get to Highway 9, there's a little strip there.
Yeah, that's all residential.
Yeah, but we're looking to put more strip centers with Carl.
That's all
Who's
apartment.
coming in with that development?
No,
The two big
that's,
buildings up?
there's
Isn't that-
there's homes
along
getting
there?
ready to built, but they haven't done anything.
That's over here.
Between, right,
Yeah, that's what I'm
Webb
saying.
and Webb to Highway 9?
Yeah, Webb
Yeah.
between Deerfield and Highway 9. On the
Webb.
corner, there's
but
a
I'm saying
development,
even
but
in
there's
this
still
area, is
some
that gonna be
land.
allowed?
There's some,
Yeah, that development right there on the corner across from the Freedom Park or whatever.
or,
Park, right?
yes.
Yeah. that
And
one.
then there is still a
That's
couple
residential.
lots. And you don't want liquor on that.
No, we don't want there.
No. So where the Fry's is, yes. I mean, we're talking
That's
mixed use
C2,
there.
right?
That's
kind of the
fine.
C2 area,
That's
right?
T5.
That's.
Yeah,
T5.
that's
T5,
that's
T5.
T,
Fry's is T5.
T5, okay.
right, and that's fine, but it's also T5 on that, from Deerfield to Highway 9 on Webb, where that would not be an appropriate use. If you go,
So, and that's, so at T5, right at the northwest corner of Webb and Deerfield is Stack Flats. And then to the west of that is the power station.
mhm,
And then to the west of that
Is
is
Target.
And then you have the mattress store.
right, and and then there's Fry's on the left. Right, but I think there's still a little sliver of land in there between, or is it
No,
all?
there's not. It's
Okay,
either
so it's
the
done.
power
Okay.
Station and then it's.
So we should be
the
fine.
shopping Center that includes Target.
We should be fine
The
then.
corner is the mattress store.
I was talking more in terms of, it's in T6, across from Deerfield Green
Yeah.
on Webb,
So that's south of, that's where our old office used to be.
where our old office was. You go south.
Yeah, I think T6 for microbrewery or micro distillery would make a lot of sense. But I wouldn't do T5 or T4. Yeah. Not that there's a ton of T4 open.
But, and what's North Bethany, Highway 9, Bethany Bend North is what?
That's T4 permissive, which.
It's restricted.
That has nothing to do with, we're not proposing
Yeah.
anything.
Can't do
going-
anything up there.
Yeah, nothing.
Okay, because there already is a liquor store, I think, up there.
No, that's not Milton. That's
Oh, that's-
Forsyth.
That's
There
Forsyth.
is an old grandfather, there's a
Yeah,
liquor store
across the
on the
street from the
border.
golf club.
It's
Yeah.
on the east side. yeah.
I thought he was in Forsyth.
No, it's ours.
Yeah, he's.
Eddie's? Oh.
Yep, it's ours.
And you know, they're putting, they had a CBD next to it.
Right, and we allow CBD, but there were certain substances they were selling, they had to stop. So we don't exclude CBD stores so long as they don't sell certain substances, items.
So did we jump down to so I think your feedback at first was on distilled spirits stores, and you'd wanted them, here's the challenge is, do you need 2 columns because the definition where it might be okay in Crabapple but not in Deerfield T4? Is the challenge with Crabapple is T4 is as intense as it gets.
T5 is the max in Crabapple, and then T4 open is kind of the next. So T4 open and T5.
But if she's saying,
in
I don't want it in
Crabapple.
T4 open in Deerfield, but it might be appropriate for
Correct,
T4
I don't
open in
disagree.
Crabapple.
Correct, yes. We're
Because there
only
is no
speaking-
T5 in Crabapple.
No, there is T5, but there's no T6.
Oh, I see. I
Yeah.
see T5 now.
Yeah, and where the T4 open is, that just makes no sense for use to do it there. I
Well, in
mean,
Deerfield, I would agree with you because it's either already developed.
it's already developed.
Yeah, I mean, so it's fine to get rid of T4 open. I mean, that makes sense.
Well, there's this sliver, which is, I think, over by, what's that, Webb Road? Is
So
that-
then, to the very west, that little triangle on the south side.
Yes,
That's actually being developed as a office.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess somebody could ask for that. Yeah, so we should get rid of, yeah, we don't really want to. Yeah, so I think that would be appropriate to recommend not to have it in T4 open in Deerfield.
Yeah, and I think T5, T6 we're good with because even what's left. Yeah, because there's already. Trying to think on, the only concern I would have on the T5 is if you go up Highway 9 the property before you hit Bethany, on
Property
the left, right, that's, the public shopping center. And there is already a liquor store in there.
There.
Yeah, there is one already,
Right.
so
Yeah, there's.
I don't think we need more.
There's also a restriction on how many you can have within mileage, right? Distance.
So it's pretty small. They changed the distances, so it's like 100 yards, which is 300 feet.
That's it? They just have to be only 300 feet apart?
That's concerning.
Yeah. It used to be like 1,500. It's not very much.
Okay, I thought there was something where you could only have within a certain distance, like
We
there
were
could.
doing these under the warrants. Every time they came in, I had a map
Uh-huh,
and I was plotting where the existing ones were.
right,
And I said, listen, I just think that the intensity, it was an intensity issue. And I had denied several of them that came in because they said, no, wait, this is just getting too much on an intensity level. Now that it's a use permit, we're just going to have to go back and council will have to, we can recommend and talk to them, but it will be up to council to decide
Let me see what
that level of intensity.
And my concern would be two things, right? That whole project gets sold because eventually it will. We know how this works.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And whoever new comes in, this is always a challenge, is you gotta be careful. Then we've got CBS, you've got that piece of property there. And you've got.
Even the Wendy's is open. It went out
yeah,
there.
that's close.
Right.
So who knows what they're going to do with the Wendy's?
So that's my concern.
Mhm.
Yeah, and even the Del Taco's open and people looking
Right.
at Del Taco.
Well,
So,
I-
I'm just saying that we have a lot of foot traffic. people
Right.
Coming in asking for these things.
Right,
But these
so,
are use permits, it's not by right, so they do have to get to go through us, to go through and get council permission.
Yeah, understand that. I just, my concern is how close, I think that's a problem. That bothers me a bit. I mean, we already have one, that's fine. I don't want one across the street again. And then, I mean, then it's obsessive.
I just want one.
Here, we'll give you ours. You can,
Yeah.
we'll trade it.
One of the things, it gets a little bit challenging and I'm trying to compare to, it's like, I think where we came out is that the off-premise distilled spirits retailer or store was a use permit for T4 open and crabapple, but not allowed in Deerfield. Did I follow right?
I know it's not, yeah, we were saying not permitted in
Not-
Deerfield, I know that.
Right.
Yeah, not permitted for T4.
But okay for T4 open and crabapple, or not? Do we need it to be open? Does it make sense to have it in T4 open and crabapple? It would be nice if we could be consistent, is what I was saying. Is what I prefer.
Well, but they're different. The areas are so different. I mean, I think you have to look at it case by case. I mean, because I know for design review board, we have to do that. We had to do that all the time because things are just different.
Yeah.
You can't always apply the same thinking. So the question is, do we need like another column for T4 crabapple?
I'm going to add the other column because I don't think it hurts.
I think it's better.
Even
yeah.
if they're identical, let's put it in and.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because it's
exactly.
clearer. and
It's
this
clear
way
for everybody,
We
yeah.
can look at it. I'm absolutely. gonna-
Okay.
What are you saying again? What was that?
For both crabapple and Deerfield.
Yeah, well,
Two
like I
columns.
said,
Okay, got
Two
it.
columns for all of those T4, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, when it
New ones that
when it
have-
actually gets in the code, it's. in
No, I
the
know.
doing on the-
Table.
Well,
This
we'll
is-
have the regular
Yeah,
one.
this is the
for-
cheat
it's-
sheet.
Fine.
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
cheat sheet will do it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so, but we're saying, no, off-premises distilled spirits retailer in T4 open, either in Deerfield or crabapple.
And that was my question. You're saying probably not either. Okay,
Okay.
perfect.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
In the actual code, I mean, it's all.
It's all
in
separated,
there,
yeah.
Yeah.
But for the cheat sheet, I will add another column so it's clear.
Okay.
Thanks.
The actual codes, they're all independent anyway.
I mean, we can, yeah, that's fine.
I mean, That's fine.
And then so what I have for the off-premise distilled spirits retailer or store on the cheat sheet, it's not permitted in mixed. We're going to figure out a way to get it into the Birmingham Crossroads C1, make it a use permit in C2, make it not permitted in T4 open in either crabapple or Deerfield, and it's a use permit in crabapple and Deerfield for T5 and then Deerfield for T6.
Yep.
That's what I have too.
Yep.
I have exactly.
Okay, so let's do an easy one. Let's do off-premises beer and wine retailer or store. So we're good with all by right in those transect zones or zoning districts.
Which one are,
The one above.
The
off-premise.
beer and wine store.
yeah, that was,
Okay.
Beer or wine,
that one stayed.
that's all by right.
But I think T4 open in Deerfield, no, because of what's left.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, it just makes no, there's not a whole lot left.
So it's by right in crabapple and not permitted in Deerfield? T4 open?
Yeah, just for T4 open.
One that's there now.
Well, whatever's there is if there's I don't know if we have just beer and wine retailers other than what's inside of a store or whatever.
No, that's it. Yeah, it is. At that gas station,
Yeah, well, there's,
where else is it?
well, there's liquor store in the public shopping center, and then Milton Liquor in Deerfield. shopping center.
So what I'm saying there, I don't think there's no standalone beer or wine store. They
Oh,
usually are
no.
associated with liquor.
No, it's all combined. Yeah.
That's why I drive to Johns Creek.
No. It's in the city, but it's right next to Kroger.
Right next to Kroger.
But it is the drive-through.
Yeah, the drive-through. It's
Yeah.
ours.
It was a very
Oh.
long drive-through during COVID. I was at Kroger and I was like looking up and I'm like, there's this huge line.
Just got
Okay.
broke into and all their high-priced liquor stores.
Oh, wow.
Same time they got,
Not yet.
So we strike off-premise retail with consumption on premise, right?
Right.
Microbreweries and micro distilleries.
So how I have it in the use permit and somewhere else, I have it being okay in C1 and C2 or whatever. But the only places that really exist now is where there's no sanitary sewer. So,
But in the cheat sheet, you just said not permit.
right, which is incorrect. That's what I'm saying. It's not consistent. So I'm wondering, do we not allow it in the use permits for C1 or C2 or MIX because you can't do it? There's no sanitary sewer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'll fix that. If
Yeah.
you guys are okay with that.
Yeah.
And then,
So
at the-
then this would apply.
that's what you had in your notes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
and then we want to not permit it in T4 open?
Or Deerfield.
Yes. T4 open and T5, it should only be T6.
This is micro, right?
Micro, yeah.
Where's T5? T5 is where?
Yeah, I mean, realistically, I mean, you could do just
Yeah,
this
micro
one tail of
breweries. Yeah, we're getting rid
T5.
of-
You could do the one tail where Fry's is, but I wouldn't do anywhere else.
Well,
Just,
that's
I just don't
everything
think you
here.
have you don't have the
Everything
capability other than
here.
T6 or
T6 is where?
Adams
T6 is
Park.
all at Deerfield, the whole
All of
office.
Deerfield. Yeah, where
Yeah,
the
the
office.
office.
Yeah, where the redevelopment's
Right,
gonna happen. Yeah,
right.
yeah, okay, that for sure.
Yeah, and
Go with
you
the 6
could do
groups.
where the Fry's is, that space, but I wouldn't do any of the other T5s. I would
Right.
only, I would limit on Deerfield just where the Fry's is and then all of T6. If you look at placement and capability where you could actually do it.
So you don't want microbreweries in T6 either?
No, yes, yeah,
Oh, okay.
but where the only on T5 would be that tail where Fry's is. That makes sense.
So eventually not Target itself, but that shopping center will get redeveloped and maybe have a
Microbrewery
microbrewery?
there? I don't know if that's a good use right there. Not if the talk is, boutique hotel and all that. I'm not sure if I don't know if that would work. I think on the Fry's piece, it works better. So if you have the two contiguous, I take that side. Because if you end up doing a boutique hotel right there,
Yeah, they're talking movie theater.
Yeah, you don't want all the-
hotel.
you don't
That's
want-
what they're talking
right.
about now.
So, yeah, exactly. I would do it on that side.
And it's closer to
Fries.
residential too there.
It is. That was the other thing because it backs up to residential. Where the Fry's piece, it's office. It's not as intensive
Okay.
Currently.
currently, yes.
So, but in Crabapple, we'll keep it at T4 open and T5 for microbreweries. Okay. Right, there's nothing there. I know, it's never been developed, next to Deerfield, north of Coles. I thought, they never even came close, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think they applied, but
I think when that land was in litigation for a really long time, from what I understand. No, the corner, like a bunch of contiguous, yeah, I think there was a whole slew of litigation for a long time. I don't think there is now, but there was.
yeah. So we're getting rid of all breweries and distilleries.
Yep.
Brew pub.
So right now we have it, the use permit, MIX C1, C2, but I think it's the same thing as the brewery or microbrewery. Just have it not permitted because of the
water.
water, yeah.
Yeah.
Then are you the same, Commissioner Weissong, on T4 open, not to allow it because it's the same thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, on the brew pub, did we say what the limits were on, were we saying lower limits for any production on site?
Well, we had that discussion that a brew pub has to be a microbrewery, so at least limited at 15,000, but had some discussion of, do we want to make it even lower? But we wanted to understand, what is that lower number? What is,
Right, so I was
What are
going to
the
do
other
some
brew
research
pubs?
on it. Yeah, because I think if you had a lower number, you could put it in that Deerfield area. But I think if you've got a higher number, you've got to do it near the Fry's area because it's just too intense. Or T6.
is that almost getting us to the point that says we want to lower brew pub to below 15? We think we want to lower it to something below 15,000 to permit it in more places.
Yeah, we're going to
To see
research.
comparison.
Yeah, I think we
Okay,
need to
so
do
we'll come
that.
back with that next time.
Okay, that makes sense.
They agreed that
Oh, they agreed they were going to do research.
Yeah, we're not doing the research. I thought you all were going to help us with the research.
Yes, I
Just to make
volunteered.
sure.
We'll get it recorded.
It is recorded.
Maybe I'll get free beer out of the deal. Hey, guys. You want to build
Okay.
one in Milton?
So no nightclub, no bar. Okay. So I think we've covered that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shall we call it a night?
Call it a night.
Can we
Wanna
make
call a
it,
night? Okay.
can we make it through these since they're related and a lot of them are delete,
Yeah,
delete,
some of them are
delete?
deleted. Let's just try. Yeah, because we're back to where we wanted to be.
Because what's left is just ditto for what was before.
Ditto.
Take us through it, Robin.
What's that?
You guys
Yeah,
are all
okay.
retired. I gotta.
So let's
get
go
up
and delete the ones that we're not going to do. So then we
Yes.
feel like we have less to do.
Yeah, that sounds like a great
So,
idea. I like it.
let's say, we're going to get rid of 1850 restaurant limited food service, which is on page 58.
Right?
And then, general retail with consumption on premises, we're getting rid of, correct?
Right?
Yep.
See, I told y'all, just getting rid of our stuff.
There won't be something.
And then we're good with off-premises distilled spirits retailer or store. And then in microbrewery, all that, we get rid of the breweries and distilleries under that title.
Mhm.
Okay. And then we got rid of the last one on 59, off-premises retail beer or wine with consumption on premises.
Right.
Okay? So now we go back to page 57. Okay, I'm getting my second win now. Sorry.
Glad you are.
I need my cheat sheet so we can. Okay.
Bob's not, but okay. I'm excited. Okay.
Can we brew some coffee?
So required districts, we're not going to allow in C1, C2 or mix. And then Deerfield form-based code, we get rid of T4 open. And we'll have to figure out how to do that, some parts of T5 that fries. And then in crabapple form-based code, we keep T4 open and T5. Okay? And what about the standards? And we can get rid of H because there won't be any for the sanitary sewer. Anything else you guys can think of that we need to look at? Maybe we'll have a better idea once we do the research about different breweries and stuff. So we'll kind of keep it open for now. Okay.
And was the thought here on the hours to, since they had to qualify as an eating establishment, give them the same hours as an eating
So we
establishment?
can, if we want to limit the hours, we can. That's just what the alcohol permits. So if we want to have less hours, then we can do that. So you want to do that?
I wanted
reduce it?
to understand where it derived
Right, or you
from.
could put it as a condition when they came in.
Yeah.
So we could say that it was till 1 AM, and if they wanted to try to say, oh, we need 2, they could put that as a variance on their
What's,
use permit. Because it's a
right.
use permit.
Yes, it could be a variant. Well, no, it wouldn't be a variance. It would just be conditioning it more stricter.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So if you guys want that flexibility, we can keep it that.
But you're saying that this is, what about restaurants right now? What are their?
They are, I mean, they are allowed to be till 2, but really like, Old Blind Dog, I think on the weekends, they say they're open till 1 or 2, but by licensing, they can be open till 2 every night, except for maybe Sunday, I don't know. So, or whatever it says here.
Gotcha. Okay.
Oh, Alpharetta cut back.
Well, so the alcohol ordinance allows, but, oh, really? Okay. I don't think there's a lot of people out here at 1 or 2 in the morning. I mean,
Saturday,
Right.
I haven't seen any.
time I'm probably coming
Not that I'm out
back
too either.
midnight. 2 or 3 of them are now.
yeah.
No, but I'm just trying to understand, because if like the traditional restaurants are also fitting into this, where if they're open until 2 AM, but then we have this place next door that has to shut down at 12 and the restaurant next door is open until 2, then, is that consistent then?
I mean, I think usually the restaurants close earlier than a restaurant with a bar, because
Yeah.
sometimes they close the kitchen before they close the bar.
No, but that's what I'm saying. I mean, obviously with restaurant, the bar area in the restaurant would potentially still stay.
Yeah. Where I am philosophically, because I think 2 AM is way too late for anything, but if a restaurant, full service, can stay open till 2 AM by code, then a brew pub, which is also a full service restaurant, let them stay open till 2.
Right. That's
Right.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's
If
A
it's
fine.
restaurant
be-
is a restaurant. This one just happens to make a little bit of beer on the side.
Yeah. Okay. So we'll just keep it that way. And then now on page,
You keep it.
yeah. And then off premises 58, page 58, off premises distilled retailer or store. Okay, so we want to get rid of in Deerfield form-based code. Oh, we want to add, right, Commissioner Bird's, the C1, I'll have to
Page where you want?
coordinate that.
What page?
58.
58. So for the regular, we want to do C1.
C1 Birmingham Crossroads.
Right.
Okay, Birmingham Crossroads. Okay. Then what we're going to do with C2, I mean, then if you did C1, you can do C2, but I mean, whatever, C2. Okay, and Deerfield form-based code, we'll get rid of T4 open.
Mhm.
Mhm.
T5,
Up phase.
except for fries.
Fries. I wrote
I don't know how
fries.
we're going to do that.
No, only the T5 would
Only,
be,
yeah,
only fries.
only fries.
And then T6.
We'll figure it out.
Okay, and then crabapple, we have T4 open, and are you guys good with T4 open and T5 for the, or you want to keep it at T5 and not T4 open for a liquor package store, for a crabapple? Preferences? So T4 open is basically along Heritage. And then,
So not permitted.
so where
Yeah, there's
Beecham
there's
is,
Still a lot of buildings in T4 open,
Yeah.
but at least limit it to the major intersection.
Let's go C5 then, T5 then.
I think,
Yeah, we said no.
Yeah.
Just T-
not
Yeah, just
permitted.
T5.
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah.
Yeah.
okay, so we'll get rid of T4 open for the package store. What, I keep on calling package store, but the distilled spirits retailer, okay?
I think that's
In condition E on 1849, since Monday through Saturday it closes at 11:45, can Sunday also close at 11:45 instead of midnight?
Yeah, that's what the alcohol code says.
what else do you have?
So then we have the microbreweries and distilleries, and that's the last one. So get rid of T4 open in Deerfield. Right?
Yes. Yep.
And then again, T5 except for fries.
No, T5, only fries for that.
Huh?
T5, just the fries area
Yeah.
for that. Yeah. And then T6.
T6, okay. And then for crabapple, I just want to look at the other one. Look at Deerfield. Couple years ago. So we want to keep in crabapple form base code, we want to, do you want to get rid of it in T4 open and just have it in T5? The breweries and distilleries?
Yes. For crabapple, you say? Yeah,
Okay.
just a T5.
No T4 open, but T5, okay. Okay,
And that- You have the hours though, 9 AM to 10 PM, Monday through Saturday.
yeah, I think that's per the alcohol regulations.
Okay.
And it can be modified with a use permit.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the alcohol, but 10 PM is not that late,
Yeah,
so.
10 p.m.
No, I didn't think, no, I was thinking later.
Yeah, but no, that's the alcohol, yeah. It's the alcohol. But that's, you have to remember, that's with no food.
Yeah.
And
Right.
again, no Sundays.
That could
Not
go
on
bad
Sundays.
quickly.
Because they don't have food. It's not a full 50/50.
Okay.
Too much tasting of 8%.
So is there anything
beer
else
can
you'd
really
like to
do
cover
it.
this evening, Robin?
That
I'm
wasn't
sorry,
so
what?
bad.
Is there anything else you'd like to cover this evening?
That's okay, I'm good, I'm good.
You're good? So just looking forward to next month. all the things we talked about. You'll iterate the paperwork here. We'll get another shot at reviewing it, as well as looking through those sections that we, passed over pretty quickly because there weren't a lot of changes. Yeah.
Not a big deal.
Yeah.
These are sections.
So
So, and then
With-
I decided it wouldn't be good to do the plats tonight since I knew it would be pretty heavy. So I'm sorry, I changed my mind.
it's okay.
We're not going to go over that.
But eventually we are.
We will.
And really dive into that. Larger scale,
Why we don't
Have
make a
Yeah.
decision.
Yep. I'll ask the same question I asked the last time. If we vote to defer this, does this cause any concerns on
No.
any conditions or anything like
Like I
that?
said in the introduction, we have plenty of time.
Yep.
We're extending the moratorium to October 4th.
Mr.
So
Mr. Vice Chairman, I move we defer decision on RZ 22-03 to the next meeting.
My
Is-
second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. And do I have
So
a,
the training on plats, do we need to just make a motion on that or?
No.
no.
No,
No.
okay.
There's no
I think,
decision.
Make a motion to adjourn.
is there, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think it's unanimous.
The only thing,
Thank you all very-
the only
thanks
other
very
thing I
much.
was going to
Yeah.
add was a thank you to some of our election folks. I know of at least one that worked till 1 a.m. this morning.
Oh,
Got up, they were at 5 a.m., done at 1.
Oh, wow. It's crazy.
Hmm.
It's a lot.
how late did you work? By 9.
Well, I wasn't one of the folks that had the hour and a half.
Oh, you're